Folks will install custom hand-rubbed cabinet doors and drawer fronts and resurface your existing cabinet boxes with a 1/4-inch thick overlay to match, not veneer. We offer additional cabinets, cabinet changes, sliding shelves, and new drawers. Countertops in quartz, granite, solid surface, or the stunning new laminate. Dad, the folks should call now. Why?
Well, Todd, great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors. Finished basements and windows and doors. Done right. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. DRHI.com, 303-722-2295 or 800-362-8370.
I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. My weight loss journey with DenverRegen.com has been incredible. I'm down 25 pounds in only 5 weeks. No more food noise. I feel full and don't think of food. And the best part, DenverRegen.com has semi-glutide for under $300 a month. That includes everything. The doctor's visits, the medication, everything you need to start losing weight and feeling great. Start your journey at DenverRegen.com. That's DenverRegen.com.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen.
Starting off with sunshine for your Tuesday. Temperatures today are going to be pretty seasonal in the mid-60s. A little breezy at times, after a few afternoon showers and thunderstorms. I'm Fox 31, Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Get big summer flavor in every bite with the new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Featuring new mixing bowl mashup, fan-voted s'mores, and more. For a limited time right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. At participating locations.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The White House reacting to news that Amazon was thinking of displaying tariff costs on products. ABC's Karen Travers.
The White House pushed knock it over. Love our Marco.
Yeah.
He's a trip, you guys. Marco's a trip. Love him. Go to channel. Come on.
Dimitri, sit in my chair for a minute, please.
Marco.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Do I have time? Course. Okay. Marco's got to hit the head, okay?
Well, good for Marco.
Well, then you know, in case the show starts.
Good for Marco.
Hello? Yeah. To the station. Yeah.
So we have a complaint on American Restoration on the voicemail. Do you want me to put him in there, or do you?
I think the guy was already on. Just send me the info.
Okay.
Notice it's in the middle.
Well, his voicemail.
What's the guy's name?
I couldn't even get it because the voicemail is very kind of weird. But I do have his phone number. Do you want me just to email it to you or text it to you?
Say it again.
Do you want me to email it to you or text it to you? I just have the phone number.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, no. Can you send me the voicemail? Can you email me the voicemail?
Yeah, I can email it.
Yeah, I want to hear it. I want to see if that's the same guy.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to try to make it here.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta go. This show's about ready to start. Bye.
There he is. Oh, how's it going?
Hi, Dimitri. Hello, Mr. Marc Mager. How the heck are you, man?
Good to see you.
I haven't seen you in a long time.
I know. Exactly. Right? These different days and all that stuff. So
I don't know where Susan's putting you. That's Marco's.
I think she was going to put Bo over here.
Got the Italian in, huh? Yeah. Marco Bandinelli. Oh, wait, I'm going to grab some paper. I use their paper here.
All right.
I'm not a computer guy.
You're right here, Marco.
Okay, good.
What's up, Marco?
Marco, hi, I'm Dimitri. Hi, Marco.
Nice to meet you.
Dimitri. Yeah.
And I'm Scott.
Scott, what's happening?
How are you? All right. Good.
And that's Mark.
What's shaking, bacon? The first part's going to be a little long, so guys, please, unless if I ask you something, don't really interrupt.
Okay. That's going to be hard for me, Mark.
That's really meant for Big Mouth Scott here. He like
I'll
really
just jump in.
Or if Doc was here.
chats it up.
Dog starts that and let his phone go off.
Scott, I'm going to
Where's
scooch
Doc?
you just a little, just here a little bit.
Doc.
So that camera, I didn't realize that camera was going to be. So, Bo, you just got to be mindful of that camera.
Is it that close?
It's got to stay there for just a little while. We're going to move it after.
Sit, I want to see where you're at there on that thing.
You never know. Yeah, I mean, phone.
Man, should be
Phone
good.
range, you don't know where it comes from.
But you were on TV last night. I told my kids I'm going to be sitting next to you.
Listen, I look taller. I look taller on television.
Hang on, Bo. I'll get your headphones set up here in just a second. Can you see Mark? Right here? Oh, here's
Why don't you just go in the other room for a bit? I can
Nope.
get some cases.
It's all good. Don't worry about it, man. It's all good.
Wait, you think I worry about stuff?
Just don't hit the camera. That's all I need you to worry about today.
I say, take the camera, Dimitri.
Okay. Here you go, Bo. You guys will have to work this out a little bit.
We'll figure it out.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
There you go, baby.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. You know the drill. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of, but I must digress. I want to tell everybody a little story. There's people out there that hate my stories. I'm going to tell you the worst story I've had to deal with in a very long time. It's been a hard year, folks. There's probably a lot of people out here that has listened to this show for upwards of 45 years here in Denver, Colorado. Tom started this show. In fact, the only show I know of in the country ever where you literally go after the bad guys, and I love doing it with them. Suzanne and I got a call January 3rd. This is a little hard on me, folks. I'm going to preference it with something, though. And I think I need to do this because I'm not trying to build some kind of, I'm not trying to do something here that it's not. So here's the bottom line on this. The outcome, well, you'll hear the outcome. January 3rd, I get a call from Martino. Tom and Stephanie are flying back from Hawaii. They get back, Tom calls, he's at the hospital. We were all prepared to go in on the 6th. That would be the Monday after New Year's, and all do the show together like we do every year. We always take 2 or 3 weeks off at the end of the year. That's how we do it. We get a call from him, absolutely terrifying. He's got pancreatic cancer. How does he know? When they were in Hawaii, the tumor in his pancreas pushed up against his liver and cut off bile. He was in jaundice. He was yellow. His eyes were yellow. He was terrified. His wife was terrified. They went directly to the hospital. They knew nothing about the cancer at that point, but what they did know is Tom was yellow, literally. His liver was in failure. They got there, they did the imaging, and they figured out what was going on. That tumor blocked the bile ducts, and his liver was shutting down. They had to go in and put in a stent to open it back up. This is when we got the call. Absolutely terrifying. We have known Tommy forever and a day. Almost 30 years. I consider him one of the best friends I've ever had. And a father and a brother. And Suzanne can say the exact same thing. It was the most terrifying news we've ever heard. That day, this is around the 3rd still, they had to go in and put the stent. Tommy headed home. He called us. And all of a sudden, he was back in the emergency room. The stent created pancreatitis.
That's right, Mark.
Absolutely the most painful thing you can imagine. So not only did he learn this horrible news, but now he's back in the ER for 2 or 3 days. So I started having to do the show solo constantly. In fact, you've been listening for the last 4 months. That's exactly been what's going on. I have probably done it more than Tom. And that is why he's been fighting cancer and all the things that come along with it. In fact, he said something to me when he was in the hospital with sepsis. You know, they got rid of the sepsis. That was a call that was absolutely unbelievable. We were on air together probably about 2.5 months ago. I was in studio. He was at home and he disappeared. He had a text from the hospital that said, drop everything you're doing. Your blood results came back. You have sepsis and you need to get to the ER now. I got that text on air. The most terrifying text I got from him, and I started getting used to these texts. He showed up at the hospital. They knocked him out and they pumped him through with antibiotics. And for the love of God, and thank God, he was okay. They took care of that. And you know what Tom said to Suzanne and I? He said, now that that's gone, I can get back to fighting cancer. Think about that. Think of everything he has gone through. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you every single thing like that. But to sepsis, 2 bouts, a pancreatitis, both times in the hospital for multiple days, 5 rounds of chemo every 2 weeks. When you heard him on the air, yeah, we heard people. Oh, what's he sniffling for? What's he doing this? What's he's doing that? He doesn't sound like himself. You know what? He wasn't himself. He was going through chemo like a lot of people go through. And unlike a lot of people, I'll say this, Tom lives and dies for this show. This is his life. This is what he loves. When he is not on talking to you folks, he is just not happy. Other people like traveling. Other people like doing a lot of things. Tom loves this. This is Tom. You understand that? I love working with Tom. He had what was referred to as the Whipple surgery yesterday. The Whipple surgery, if you Google it, and if you ever hear of someone needing it and you Google it, it'll scare the hell out of you. It's basically a 3% chance of living if you have the Whipple after 5 years. It is probably the most invasive surgery you can imagine. A lot of people could no longer produce insulin after it because they're taking part of your pancreas. They also take out your gallbladder. They take out a section of your stomach depending on how big the tumor is you're going after. It is the most invasive surgery out there. Tom went through it yesterday. 8 hours. 8 hours. We got a call this morning from Tom. Thank God. The surgeon came in and told him they eradicated the cancer and the cancer is now out of his body. Tom is that 3%. There is no more cancer in Tom. The surgeon couldn't believe how well it went. The cancer did not spread anywhere. They got every bit of it out of his body. He's going to be in the ICU for about 2 days. That's very normal with this surgery. It's so invasive they don't move you from there. Then he'll be in the hospital recouping for probably a week or two. Then after that, he'll head home where his sisters, God bless their souls, are going to help him recoup throughout the month of May. Then he's pretty much back on it. It was an incredible 4.5 months, and I appreciate all the listeners out there asking all the questions, wondering about what's going on, and you can imagine for numerous reasons Tom didn't want to get into it. When I talked to him this morning, he was ready. He feels good. He sounded great, didn't he, Suzanne?
He really did. He said he felt really light, like a weight just was off of him now.
The epidural, you can call it a miracle, you can call it whatever. What's really crazy, I'll go back to that beginning, is if that tumor did not hit his liver and cut off those bile ducts. Most people, when they find out they have pancreatic cancer, that tumor's in the middle or at the other end. It never cuts off the bile ducts. And what happens is the first time you end up at the doctor because something doesn't feel right, you're already stage 4 and it's everywhere in your entire body. He got so lucky, call it a miracle. A lot of us,
intervention.
Divine intervention, call it whatever you want to call it. It is absolutely the most wonderful news we got. And I did not do this to build up to anything else. I didn't know how I was going to tell this story. For the first time in a while, Suzanne and I were in tears this morning of joy.
Yep.
The other day, you came back from a run and scared the hell out of me. She was just crying about him going into surgery the next day. It was so bad, I thought maybe one of our kids was in an accident. You just had a breakdown.
Oh, yeah. You know what, Mark? Tommy is our Superman.
Yeah, he is.
And he's got a lot of prayer warriors out there who've been praying for him, and he's just a Superman. What else can you say?
And thank you, Frank Duran, for all the prayers. And one last thing I'm going to say, and then we're going to take a break and come back and do the show. I was here on a Friday when he texted me that about sepsis. If you look up sepsis, man, I don't think there's a worse infection. Basically, your body starts fighting itself. It thinks it's in a really bad shape and basically starts turning on you and starts to eat you alive. And I was on for about 15 minutes when he disappeared on that. I ended up leaving after the show, of course, and it was on a Friday. I remember Jeff was here and I remember Kevin, and I was so on autopilot because I was so terrified for my friend. I don't even remember doing the show that day. I watched the show over the weekend and I was just amazed. I couldn't remember one call, and I ended up, where did I drive to, Suzanne?
All right, to urgent care in Kaiser.
I left here, thought I was having a freaking heart attack. I am not kidding, and I basically had an anxiety breakdown, stress beyond anything, and I am so happy for Tom now. I just want everybody out there to understand. We just haven't talked about it. I know he has alluded to it to some of our friends on Facebook, or I'm sorry, on YouTube, and I am just so happy this part of this year and this part of our lives, it's over.
Yeah.
Thank God it is over.
And he still has a little fighting to do, Mark,
Yes.
but the worst is behind us.
Oh, my God.
Now I feel like it's going to be smooth sailing for him.
You know, the surgeon saying, listen to this, 4 doctors, I think 2 anesthesiologists, 2 doctors, the guy that's done the Whipple surgery 100 times a year, probably one of the best doctors out there. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot about this guy in the future from Tom. And it's great. Hopefully we'll get Tom on here and then throughout May, but I want everybody to know he is going to be back. We're going to be back to normal doing the show together, and I can't say any more. That's it. That's it. I'm going to kind of put that to bed. I've been wanting to tell people, and I'm glad we finally got to do it. Janice, hold on. 303-713-TALK.
Right. Now, you want me to move the camera back?
What do you guys think? Was that all right?
Good.
Yeah, that was
very touching, Mark. I didn't even know all of that.
no.
I knew some of it.
Mark, do I just twist?
Hold on. I got to get ready here. Oh, I know both these like the back of my hand.
I might turn this on, but I have to do it outside.
Denver Regen, I talk about these guys all the time. I have lost over 30 pounds in 4.5 months. You can join me now, too. These new diet drugs are amazing from Denver Regen. They have their own concoction. But basically, it's semi-glutide. And here's the deal. No more food noise. You feel full. You don't think of food. I can attest to that myself. So you start losing weight. It's a wonderful thing. And if you sign up now, it's a month-to-month deal. The first month, half price. DenverRegen.com. That's only $150 for that weight loss drug for the first month. Then it's under $300. DenverRegen.com. Excel Roofing, I love these guys. I got a hail-proof roof from them. I have saved so much money on my homeowner's insurance because of Excel Roofing. These guys are great. They never take a cent up front. Don't ever let a roofer talk you into putting any money down. And if you're not happy with anything going on, they'll let you out of the contract. That's Excel Roofing. Call Henry, call Jay. These are the guys. ExcelRoofing.com.
This thing a little higher.
Turn the. I hear you.
Right here?
I hear you. There's a no.
I see. Yeah, I see.
Go ahead, Shannon. Not during the show. I mean, if it's about no, tell them we'll call them after the show is fine.
Oh, is it questions about Tom?
I don't.
Shoot us an email.
Yeah, no, it's Steve the painter.
Oh. Now, I'm going to rearrange you ladies here. Not you. All right. Let's see. Now I'm just going to scoot you a little bit this way.
A cup of coffee.
Of course. Is straight up black or you like cream?
Lots of cream, a couple sweeteners.
All right. Is it okay if it's fake sweetener or does it need to be real
sweetener?
No,
fake. Fake's good.
Okay. And is it okay to use a little bit?
Hey, Marco, remember we're on all the time.
I understand.
Okay. He had his own.
But I need a reminder.
He had his own thing during COVID, man. You almost died. That story was remarkable.
What do you mean by that?
He was in the hospital. How long were you in the hospital? It was crazy.
I fell out from sepsis the end of December. My son found me face down in my living room January 3rd.
Oh, goodness.
And when sepsis goes untreated, it goes into your bones and your bone marrow.
Yep.
And then it's called osteomyelitis. So I had osteomyelitis. I was in a coma most of January.
Oh, my God.
And then I was in there for another 3 months. I had to go to rehab hospital, learn how to walk, because the osteomyelitis had paralyzed me partially.
Before you passed out, did you have any hint that something was wrong?
I remember going down. Well, you know what? I had a back surgery on December 22nd.
Okay.
So I forgot to say that. That's what happened.
Oh, okay, that's how I got there.
Yeah, and then so you're recovering, so you don't feel right.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're not really, you're not really dialed into what's going on.
Yeah, like it might be the normal not feeling right.
Yeah. You're recovering from a 4-level back surgery, and it was an ordeal, man.
Well, congratulations on surviving it.
Thanks. I can't feel the bottom of my feet still. I got a little balance issue. People think I'm drunk. Maybe if I drank a lot, I would straighten that. I don't know.
You'd learn to compensate for it.
Right.
Still drink a little more. Might become stronger.
It was humbling.
Oh, no shit.
The nurses had to feed me. I mean, it was humbling.
Yeah.
Doesn't getting old suck.
I kind of remember what's important in life, like when I was listening to your story.
It's nuts, man. That was the worst call I ever got. And that text from him, guys, when I say I don't remember a damn thing about that show, it's like my brain just went.
Yeah.
I didn't know he had
I knew it had to be stress related, but I kept telling myself, just in case you better get down there, you might be having a heart attack. I was sweating, and it was just getting worse and worse.
Left arm pain?
No.
Well, we're professional forgetters.
right, folks, 303-713-8255. If you joined us late, go back and listen to the beginning of the show, and you'll find out what's going on with Tom. Simple as that, but here's the deal. We're back to the show now. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. My goodness, we want to hear from you. 303-713-8255. Our goal is to help you. We have recovered over $300 million in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refund services. By the way, in studio with us today, I got Deputy D, Deputy Bo, Deputy Scott. We've got every deputy but Deputy Doc. He'll be in tomorrow. We've got Suzanne sitting next to me. We have got Shannon, as always. And then, of course, Kelly answering your phones. And a friend of mine, a brother from another mother. You grew up in New York, right?
I grew up in Pennsylvania.
That's right,
But in
Pittsburgh.
the projects, it was like New York.
It might as well have been New York, yeah. He grew up East Coast. Marco Bendinelli, attorney extraordinaire. How's it going, Marco?
It's going well.
Yeah.
I was really kind of shaken, and I had a rush of emotion listening to that story.
Yeah, it was crazy.
About Tom.
Yeah.
And when you hear pancreatic cancer, I mean...
Don't Google it.
No.
Anybody that Googles
it's a death
it.
sentence, right?
And that's kind of one of the reasons I said we weren't going to talk about it. But honestly, that's one of the reasons people go, oh, what are the chances that's going to be the 3%? But Tom is at 3%, which is crazy.
Amazing.
Because the second he told me, that's what you do. You Google it. Don't do it. Don't ever Google things you don't want to know about. Let's put it that way. Hey, Janice, what is going on? What is this detox facility issue?
Oh, I was at a Northern Detox Center in Greeley, and it was the worst place I had ever been to. I mean, they didn't take care of you. It was filthy. I mean, like pubic hairs everywhere.
Oh, my God.
They treated you like crap. Yeah, and it was like more of a health issue than anything. They didn't even help me. I ended up walking out like a half an hour after I'd been in there.
What were you put in for? Did the police put you in? Did you check yourself in?
No, I checked myself in.
And what is your poison?
Vodka.
I'm sorry?
I'm an alcoholic.
Okay. So what brought you in there? Were you feeling suicidal? I'm just curious. I want to kind of understand your plight here.
No, I have a bad liver.
Okay.
So I wanted to get in there and take care of it because right now I'm like in a safe house.
How long did you stay there at this Northern Detox Center in Greeley?
I was there maybe 30 minutes.
Is it called North Point?
Terrible.
Is it called North Point?
It was North Health.
If someone can find it, I'd appreciate it. I can't find anything called that. Why were you there only 30 minutes?
Oh, because the way they were treating me, and then there was trash everywhere, and I'm sorry that there was like tampons and stuff laying around. And
when you say that, though, I need to understand this. You walk into a facility like that, I would assume there's probably a desk, and then there's probably an area you got to go through a locked door. So where are you referring to? Are you referring to the bathroom was a mess, the front area, the waiting room? What?
Everything.
Everything. And you don't think this could have been because of how you were that day?
No, I wasn't even drunk. I didn't want to drink. So that's why I just went in there to hopefully, because they told me that they would help me with some medication and stuff when I got in there.
Yeah. Did they give you any medication?
They didn't give me nothing. They told me that all they were going to do is give me snacks and a cigarette break every 2 hours.
Okay, and you didn't like that, so you left. And what were you expecting? Some kind of drugs? What drugs were you expecting?
No, just a little counseling on what they said it was going to be, you know.
Like what, though? I'm curious what you expected when you walked in there. For example, did you want to get on anti-abuse so you quit drinking?
But yeah, that was what they were supposed to be doing.
Was going to put you on anti-abuse. Why wouldn't they put you on that?
I have no idea. And the people around there were just like zombietized, you know, and it was It was the worst experience ever.
Janice,
I was so mad.
You were there for a half hour and then you left. Now you said you're like in a halfway house or somewhere. I'm sorry, I forget exactly what you referred to it as.
Safe house.
A safe house. What are you calling? Now, wait, why are you in a safe house?
My ex.
Okay.
Very abusive, so I ran from him. And plus, I had to get away from drinking because he was bringing me booze every day.
Oh, man.
And it tore my liver up. So I wanted help so that...
What's the last drink you've taken?
The last drink I've taken was the day before yesterday, Sunday.
When did this go down at this detox facility?
Yesterday.
Okay. Well, I mean, good for you. 2 days, they say, one day at a time. What were you hoping to get out of this phone call, though?
Oh, I just wanted everybody to know that that detox place is not even a detox. I mean, it should be closed down. I mean, the staff was horrible. It was just the whole place. It needed to be cleaned, and I mean, the staff was really rude.
Wow, I don't know.
Ignoring people, and I'm not the only one that walked out. So
I can't even imagine this place. She paints a picture of a hellhole.
I have a suggestion for Janice.
That's what it was. That's what it was. And I thought, I'm going to go in here, get some rest, then get some medication to come back to the safe house.
Hey, Janice, have you been on anti-abuse before?
No, I have not.
It is, we had a neighbor, I think he's passed away, actually. His name was Archie. And he was on anti-abuse for a while. This guy is what I refer to. I don't know how you treat alcohol, but he was what I'd refer to as a binger. He would literally drink for, Suzanne, I mean, I remember him being up 3 days before.
It was bad, Mark.
And he would drink the entire time. He was like Superman. And when I say that, I mean it. It's like, if I drank even 1/20th of what he drank, I'd be sleeping for days. But this guy would drink and drink and drink, and then he wouldn't drink for about 2 weeks, then he'd go back. He would binge. He wasn't an everyday drinker, but when he did drink, my God, he couldn't stop. In fact, he got so bad one time, Janice, and I'm saying this for multiple reasons, but his little kid, how old were his kids at that time, Suzanne?
Oh, elementary, like under 10 or 11 years old.
Yeah, so I'm sitting I'm getting ready to leave for my computer store. This is in the 90s. And this little kid, man, he had 5, 6 years old, is knocking on my door. And he's like, can you help me get ready for school? My dad won't wake up, and my mom already left. And I'm like, geez, I already knew Archie was a mess. So I go over to the house. I help the kid get ready. I look in, and sure enough, Archie's just passed out drunk after, 2 or 3 days of drinking. So I helped the little kid and his sister get ready for school, brought him out to the bus, got him on there. And then about a week after that, Janice, this guy Archie got fired from his job. And I hope a lot of people are listening to this story because the man lost his job. And it was a good job with a company it was a big computer company, Cisco. He worked for Cisco for many years. So Archie gets fired from his job, had no job for about 6 months. By the way, his wife was an attorney. And how they even stayed married at this point of time, I have no idea. He got put on anti-abuse. My understanding of anti-abuse is you take it, and if you drink, you get a splitting headache and you're sick as hell, so you rather not drink. I mean, really, that's how crazy it is. He started drinking through anti-abuse. He would literally still drink through anti-abuse, and eventually I don't think the anti-abuse had any effect on him. He'd rather be drunk with a splitting headache and sick as a dog than not drink alcohol, which told me a lot back in my early 20s about alcohol. His wife, and this is the last part of the story, ended up suing Cisco. You know why? They fired him because he was an alcoholic. That's a disease. She won. He got not only reinstated at his job, he got back pay for 6 months to a year, whatever time he was gone. Dimitri, I'm with you. When I was hearing this story, I couldn't believe it. So he was back for less than 2 or 3 weeks, and they fired him for something else. In fact, they didn't even tell him. They just fired him for cause. So an employer out there listening, if you fire someone because they're an alcoholic, you better watch it, because that is a disease, and you can't fire someone for having a disease. I know it sounds crazy. Janice, I'm not sure what else we can do besides warn
Mark,
people.
I have a suggestion for Janice.
Go ahead, Bo.
Janice, in the future, I lived up in Greeley for a while. You might consider going to the Weld County Human Services. They're actually run by the government, and they can provide the assistance that I think you need. And I think it's a lot better.
Okay.
Are you away from that X now, Janice?
Yes, I am far away.
Yeah, that's good. I hope you stay away. A lot of times those things don't work out, and you end up going back over and over and over again.
Oh, no, I got family up here that's really very supportive with me, so that helps a lot.
Yeah, watch that booze. Go ahead.
Janice,
I am so sorry to hear about Tom, so.
Yeah, it's crazy morning, but it's good, though. Everything's really good about Tom now.
Are you going to AA meetings, or have you looked into that?
No, I just came up here a week ago.
Hey, look, I've got a friend of mine who's been in AA for decades. Decades, since he was about 20 years old, 19 or 20, and a judge gave him a choice of going to jail or going to AA. And he went to AA, and that judge was in there with him.
Life-changing.
And they became lifelong friends. The judge has now died. But my point is, my friend is extremely successful businessman, and he goes to AA several times a week. And this has been like 35, 40 years for him.
It probably isn't it therapeutic when he helps other people too, right?
Yeah, that's what he's doing. That's what he's been doing for decades now. And man, I mean, the stories I hear about how useful this organization is, if you're committed to getting well, it is a priceless resource.
Think about it, Janice. You're having a really bad day. Whatever's happening, you start think of either drinking or talking to the ex, and you have someone to reach out to that's going to talk some sense into you, and people that are going to help you. So if you would like that information, I'm going to put you on hold and tell Kelly, and then we will have Dimitri reach out with information, or however you want to handle it, dude.
Oh, I think it's super easy, Janice. You just look up AA on the internet, and you will find probably a dozen
Meetings
chapters.
everywhere.
Well, meetings are several times a day because there are dozens of chapters. And so you can literally go to several meetings a day if you need to. And the other thing that they do is they assign a mentor to you. And this is a person you can call 24 hours a day if you are in a crisis or thinking about taking a drink. And that's what my friend did. That judge that almost sent him to jail became his mentor.
Nice.
And he had to access that judge several times overnight. In those early months or early years.
Janice, reach out. I mean, you really should call someone. Now that your head's a little straight after a couple days, you're sober, set up some steps right now while you're thinking straight. Set up some steps and then go from there. We'll be back after this.
Yeah, that's good.
How did you know to take a commercial break right there?
What's that?
How did you know how to take a commercial break right there? You watching the clock? Or
Yeah, so when you're in Monday, you're going to be sitting here. Yeah. In fact, we might do some of that today, honestly. Dimitri's going to be sitting over here, and then you're going to have a cast of characters around you. Literally a cast of characters. And then you want to break. See that clock there? You want to break on the 15, the 30, and the 45. I was 7 minutes late.
Which he shouldn't be.
Which I should not be.
Marco, we're going to have an Aurora police lieutenant for an Ask Me Anything session.
Oh my goodness, that's gonna
that'll
be fun.
take some pressure
Can you put up O'Brien's number?
I didn't know that. 15.
He's been a copper for like 50 years. DEA.
Well, that'll be political.
Yeah, Jeff Sheriff.
Hold on, guys. TheArtOfGranite.com. I love Mitch Floria. He came over with $300 in his pocket. to the United States from Romania years and years ago. He learned how to fabricate granite. He's the best out there. In fact, he only charges for the installation and fabrication. If he doesn't have what you want right there in his massive yard out in Golden, if he doesn't have the granite or quartz or whatever you're looking for, you can use his wholesale account and go virtually anywhere. Buy it for wholesale. He'll fabricate, measure, install. You're going to love it. He's done 4 different rooms in our house, and right now is the time to get the kitchen done because that bathroom's free. Get the kitchen done, bathroom's free, only at theartofgranite.com. That's theartofgranite.com. Bradley O'Brien, he is a attorney we have on this show all the time. In fact, I think he's going to be in Thursday. If you're a landlord and have not updated your lease in the state of Colorado, you are absolutely insane. You want Brad to look at it. If you're looking at renting a piece of commercial property, buying a building, buying a house from a new builder like Lennar, you need someone to look at it. These contracts are tricky. Call Brad O'Brien 720-370-7388 or check him out at olslaw.com, olslaw.com. And last but not least, Genesis Total Exteriors. I love Mark Szymanski. They're going to be at our house starting next week, painting the entire interior. They've done the exterior of our house. He's done a deck for us. He's done some fence repairs. He does hardy siding. If you're looking for siding, they do stucco. If it's on the outside of the house, you call up Genesis, as in the beginning. Check him out at GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Marco, the only rule is...
What's that?
The only rule is... Ask me anything.
Okay, good.
So he's not required to answer, but he can't object to any questions.
Okay. No, I mean, we'll just let it free flow.
Is he a friend of yours?
He's going to have a bunch of questions for you. Can I even bring up that case in California you were telling me about, or no?
Yeah, you can bring it up. Okay. I won't say any names.
Yeah, of course not.
So on Friday, are the commercials pre-recorded, or I do that?
No, God,
Monday, not Friday.
No.
Friday.
You will do no commercials.
Monday.
You said Friday.
No, I didn't.
4 lives you have to.
I assure you I didn't say Friday.
Oh, it's definitely Monday.
Okay.
I'll do an open, too, if you want.
He needs to practice a few opens.
Yeah, we're going to do it today.
What's an open?
Just coming back from break.
Yeah.
Just like I'm going to do in a second.
Does anybody want something from...
But you're going to have plenty of support here.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm not nervous.
Yeah, I know, but he's really good, too, at asking questions about what you do.
I don't feel overconfident.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
No, I got you.
But I'm not, freaking out or anything.
Well, if there's
You'll be
those
all right.
commercials, you'll be more talking time. Right, Mark?
What's your...
If he doesn't have to do any commercials, we'll have more time to chat.
No, the
commercial
commercial
will be
breaks are the
pre-recorded.
same amount of time. There's
They're
just
Tom and I doing our commercials like we're here. They're called Like Lives.
Like lives?
Yeah.
I'm trying to... Oh, so they'll be running, but we won't be speaking.
How will we make up all the house spots?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
All the house spots that you do every day down at the bottom of call screener.
We're going to have Kelly try to get on experts, all of them.
Tomorrow, Marco?
What's that?
You coming in tomorrow?
In fact, I think that's exactly what we do. You might get one on each hour.
I wasn't supposed to, but I might.
I mean, I don't know how else to do it. Or we just simply make it up when we get back.
do it.
We give them all.
What is it?
No, you cannot do advertising.
All right.
How come? Why
Just
can't
calm
we?
down.
Oh,
Calm
just
down,
calm down.
Becky.
If I advertise for somebody,
Yeah, it's
they'll
gonna be
be
Marco.
overwhelmed with phone calls.
Yeah, complain. No.
I could do Gavina's, Mark.
What's that?
I could do Gavina's. I went to
what I
high
was thinking
school.
of on the last commercial you just did? Your contractors have to be amazing.
They are.
Because think of what you would do to them.
Oh, right.
On the air, right?
And we have.
So they must be
Let's get real.
terrified
We
to
have.
work for you.
I can name a couple.
But anyway, you're a good source of referrals. Because if they worked for you, they put up.
Put up with Mark?
No, they put up they execute.
They have to do that.
With Mark.
Well,
Hey,
that too.
Hey, let him try.
You know,
it.
that's why they charge an extra $100.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to pay for that endorsement time, too.
But, you know, I was thinking about that. Like, if someone did 4 rooms in your house.
Say that again?
Someone did 4 rooms in your house.
Yeah.
The granite guy, I think.
Yeah, he did our countertops and 3 bathrooms, our laundry room, and part of our kitchen.
So he's good.
He's really
reliable.
good. That's Mitch.
You know what? Trying to find reliable contractors these days
It's not easy.
is a challenge.
Yeah.
Brain damage.
And then Shemansky's great.
I got some things I'm looking to get done. And, they don't even show up for yesterday.
All right, 303-713-8255. 2 lines open. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. We want to hear from you. I also have Marco Bendinelli. Any legal questions you have, we're going to talk about a case he's got on and off. And Marco, feel free to jump in. Marco's actually going to be filling in for us Monday. He told me during the break he's not nervous, but he's sweating over there like he is.
You know what? It's like a deer in the headlights.
How many? I was thinking, so we have John Fuller coming in and filling in tomorrow through Friday, and I had to get someone else on the bench, and that was Marco. And it's kind of crazy the first time you're going to do a show, right? I mean, really.
That's accurate.
That's accurate. I like that. So he's going to be practicing a little bit during the show today. So please feel free to get these lines buzzing like crazy. 303-713-8255. Waterpros.net. Paul the Waterman, the best for less. I'm a little mad at Paul right now. I'll tell you why. We spent $3,600 on a system from him, a water softener. Now, granted, at the time, it was kind of during COVID at the tail end. And actually, I don't even think it was that long ago. Here I am making excuses
It was just
for him.
early last year, Mark, year and a half ago.
Yeah, so we got a water system from him, and it was under $4,000. I called the competition. I shop everybody. Sure enough, he was half the price. Here's the problem now. Right now, he's got it for $19.95, a whole house Century 2, smart computer water softener. Think about that. That water's better for your skin, better for your laundry, better for the pipes in your house. But it's $19.95. You're not going to get a better price than that. That's literally a third of what the competition sells a whole house system for. Check them out, waterpros.net. That's waterpros.net. We love Paul the Waterman. Let's go to David. David, real quick, you had a comment on Janice's issue. How are you, David?
Yeah. Good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you, bro.
Okay, cool. Yeah, she's just my best friend.
Oh.
And I'm shook up over Tom. I've hung out with him. I've done stunt shows when he's done stuff at the convention center. I haven't seen him in like 13 years, back when he was married to Holly. And I'm like shook up, but he's going to be okay, right, with his liver.
He's going to, what do you mean with his liver?
I heard
pancreas.
He was sick or something.
Yeah, pancreas, man. David, go ahead.
That was Janice's liver.
Yeah. So what is your comment, David? Honestly, go ahead.
Yeah, it's really about Janice. She's prettier than Pamela Anderson. Been running around on the streets for like 13 years. It's shocking. But the thing that I'm so upset about, really, and it just clicked the light bulb. Hey, man, if I can get in it, it kind of has to do with Janice. Is I did write the governor about this situation.
You mean this place in Longmont, or where was it, guys?
No.
Really?
Kind of Janice was the one that triggered it because she's my best friend, and I got to say hats off to the Thornton police, because whenever she would have a campsite, I would do a GPS location where she would be when I'd go to visit her once, twice a month, because, they're obscured places, and she went for suicide, and the Thornton police were there in less than 5 minutes. Sorry,
Very
I
good.
back to tears. And they saved her life. So my hat's off to the Thornton police.
Well, it's nice.
My point is, I wrote the governor real quick, and I wish maybe you guys would pick it up because Janice is so beautiful. Maybe give her you would be shocked at how pretty this girl is. Okay. Well, at any rate, my point is that I met her through my best friend who's in Florida, and my best friend in Florida is like, David, how come they don't have the Baker Act? Have you ever heard of the Baker Act?
No. Is that where you can have someone locked up, basically?
Okay, like, say Janice, I love her to death, our best friend, sends you a text, I'm very suicidal.
Yeah, so they can hold her. Yeah, I get it.
I can take that to a sheriff, show the sheriff, boom, 7-day hold.
Yeah.
And we don't have that in Colorado.
Okay, so you asked the governor for that. Did you get any response from the office?
Oh, no, and...
See, I don't know exactly.
I don't want to get political.
But hold on, David,
I don't want to get political, but...
Okay, I'll put him on hold. First of all, I think he might be... I don't think he's intoxicated, but something's wrong here. I mean, I just don't know how else to put it. I call it like I see it. Maybe I'm nuts.
Rambling Rose.
Yeah, he's rambling. but here's what I'm concerned about with this Baker Act, and I'll bring you back up, David. But I got to take a break. But I'm very concerned that people would misuse it. people would simply go, oh, look at this text. You have no idea what phone number, who that is. And then the next thing you know, the cops are going out and snagging someone and then locking them up for a week. I'd like your thoughts on that. Hold tight, and Jim, I promise you'll be after him. That dude was rambling like crazy.
Yeah.
Rambling Roses, Marco says.
She's so beautiful.
She's so beautiful. She's like, who was it? Pamela Anderson.
She make a railroad train take a dirt road.
Marco, you ever do any criminal defense work in the earlier days?
Oh, my first trial was a shoplifting.
What's that?
What else has been going on?
Because I opened up my doors and people
looks like
come in
my
and say,
son.
you do this.
How's he doing?
Are you having the cop on Monday?
Today.
So we're going to have a retired, what is he?
Oh,
He
Detective.
hasn't worked.
You have CMG.
Wow,
Is that the one I took the picture
Yep.
of?
By the way, there were only
I saw you last. He was in the studio.
And after that,
That's that.
Oh, that was my youngest son, Zach.
Hey, hold on, guys.
This is the
Hold on,
middle.
guys. Reverse loans? How about a traditional loan? How about a cash out? You got to pay off that high interest credit card debt. How about a all-in-one loan, which is a 30-year line of credit on your house, a first deed of trust? Here's the bottom line. CMG is the lender. There is no middleman with them. All these companies you hear running everywhere all the time now because rates are a little lower, these guys simply go out and shop it. They mark up the rate. They put money in their pocket, not CMG. You're going to get the best deal out there. Call John Clace. I promise you it's the best call ever. Even if you're dealing with somebody else right now, call up and see how much more money you can save. And by the way, all the underwriters are in the same building, but you don't have to wait weeks and weeks and weeks. They're quick. They're great. CMG, John Clace, 303-882-6679. Don't be fooled by the other guys. 303-882-6679. Let me tell you about K&H Construction. These guys are absolutely wonderful. They've been around since 1968. If you need siding, if you need beautiful entry doors, if you need anything you can imagine, a roof on the exterior of your house, K&H has you covered. If you're looking at new windows, that door, please give them a call, get a bid on the siding. You're going to love these guys. They have great products, and you name it, they got it for the exterior of your house. KHWindows.com. I almost said solution.
Home Solutions.
That's not supposed to happen until you're 68.
Yeah, no, they've changed names like 4 times since I've been doing ads for them.
You're like all paused. I'm like, is he having a stroke?
I was like, KH, what the hell is that website? KH Windows.com.
Windows on Windows.
Marcus, so the reason I ask is because I'll have some criminal questions too about interesting cases.
Oh, well, I know a little bit about. And my father was a police officer.
Oh, perfect. So you've seen it from both sides, and
I have, and then I was a troubled youth. So we had some conflict.
I'll bet. You.
But now I appreciate him. Right now, my perspective has changed.
You ever do any class action work?
I knew that was coming.
You know, there's good money in it.
Oh, I know. Mm-hmm. There's a couple guys in my building that do all the mailings for the class action lawyers.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's a big business.
Oh, they hire. I mean, it's.
You have to send out millions of notifications.
Oh my goodness! You better and you better have like $5 or $8 million to bankroll a class action.
Yeah.
Because
you got to advertise.
It's a long time. Got to advertise, and you got to have staying power.
Oh yeah, just the contact costs alone.
Yeah, and then all the mailings every time you have
that's
a court appearance or something like that.
Piece.
Yeah. It's so expensive.
Yeah, I looked into that business at one point.
But
yes,
I'm smart enough to do it.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Do I have a case?
But I didn't know that when I was young.
Okay.
Now that I've been a lawyer, I've met all the peers.
Sure.
And, and I've been a convention speaker.
Wow.
On
what topic?
Well, the Colorado Trial Lawyers Association.
Oh, okay, sure.
So I've done it 4 or 5 times over my career. It's an honor when the board of directors ask you to speak at the convention.
Of course. Yeah, big
but But anyway.
He also got me 2 timeouts on my Tesla, and I couldn't auto drive for 30 days.
Yeah, you talk about that all the time. Well, occasionally.
Oh, let me do 140 real quick while I'm in auto drive.
You did 140 in auto drive?
I don't
That's
remember.
impressive, dude.
You know, we were drinking that day.
No, you weren't.
So the rule is when you drink, you drive really fast.
Yeah.
So that they have less time to catch you.
You haven't had a drink in what? 10 years? 5 years.
You know, I'm a member of that community that you was talking about. You
Okay.
know, I'm a friend of Bill's.
Got it.
You know, I'm out of control.
I'm not here.
Yeah, he's out of control.
You know what I mean? It's like, you know, I don't have a starting problem. So
Archie was incredible. I never seen anybody drink so good. I mean, he was an amazing man.
They pulled my card. They said, no, you're not allowed.
What do you mean your card?
You know, like my drinking card.
Oh, right.
He lost his drinking card.
Well, congratulations.
I got excommunicated from the alcohol community.
Marco, congratulations. That saved your life. You saved your life doing that.
You know, when you get on, you know, people change. You know how like people say, oh, you can't change Tiger Stripes or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, but that's not true. Totally.
As you get older, people do
Most of the time
change.
it is. You've got to be desperate.
How long has it been for you?
Oh, it's been since 1989.
Oh, shit, that's awesome. Marco, God, you got to brag about that. You got to make
All right, 303-713-8255. 303 Martino, you've been ripped off. David called in. He had a comment about Janice. He says, how come Colorado doesn't have this 3-day hold? First of all, I looked it up. Or a 7-day hold, he said. It's only 72 hours. But, David, think of the abuse that could be used for, man.
Yeah, no, I don't think that they really have a problem in Florida with talking to my friend. I think it would be very advantageous for Colorado.
It's not as easy as showing a cop a text or a judge. You basically got to go and prove. I think ultimately you got to go through a judge in order to get a warrant to go out and throw someone in detox. I mean, I can't imagine they wouldn't have to go through that. And honestly, I thought there was something like that in Colorado. Do you guys know? I thought if you're nuts, they can lock you up on a hold for 3 days.
I thought it was 72 hours.
Yeah, it's 72 hours.
I don't know what the Baker Act is or whatever he was talking about.
That's in there. But,
Yeah,
David, what else do you want to say, man?
No, that's it. Janice did wonderful, and thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, David. I appreciate
just
the...
real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, just real quick. My
Yes.
friend in Florida says basically you can just show the sheriff a text.
Well, he's a liar.
Interview him and possibly put the guy like that. And I've called sheriff offices here, and they say we don't have such a thing.
I don't think Florida has it. Listen, I'm sure they have something. I don't think you're fabricating the whole thing. But there is no state in this great union where you can go up to a cop and say, look at this text, go grab this guy and throw him in jail. Can you imagine the abuse that would happen with? Hell, I'd have Dimitri thrown in today, just for the hell of it.
Twice on Sundays.
How about the DA? The DA, you're getting ready to go to trial, Marco, and then you simply go show some cop, oh, the DA sent me this. Go lock him up so he doesn't show up for my trial.
Insane. You know, and a lot of people think that what can be used for good,
yeah,
you know, they don't think about it in the reverse.
No, the evil part of that is absolutely crazy. It's like, I believe we have something with gun laws here in Colorado where they can take your gun away.
The red flag law.
You're
right?
opening
Marco
up.
probably
You're
knows
opening
about
up a bag of worms.
But how does that work? How does it, really quick, because we only have about a minute before we go to break. What is that? What is the red flag?
Well, you know, I didn't read the law, but basically it allows people other than you, so say a somebody that you're in a relationship with or a family member,
a parent,
to go to the cops and claim that you're a danger to yourself or other people, and then the cops can come and confiscate your guns for a certain period of time.
I'm going to tell you a story about that, and it was in effect. Do you remember Club Q? I think it was Club Q in Colorado Springs.
Oh, yeah, terrible mass murder.
Yeah, that guy showed up. The cop showed up at his house, and his parents called the cops. This was like a year before or whatever. The cops did nothing in Colorado Springs, didn't take his gun, didn't do anything, and then we all know what happened. So I don't know how great these laws are in general. I don't. I think a lot of it's got to do with what authority shows up, what cops show up, what judges involved. Everything has to do with everything. Okay, listen, we've got a lot going on. We've got a follow-up with Brad O'Brien, attorney at law, in an issue with an easement from Jim. And we've got some open lines. 303-MARTINO, 303-MARTINO. All right, so I'm going to have you come back. You're going to come back to the show. You're going to do the intro.
Okay.
You want to wait one?
Welcome back.
Kind of. It's the beginning of an hour, so you're really resetting everything. Bo, you want to do it? You got your thing?
Can I do the next one?
No, because I want Marco to do the one after that.
Okay, I'll do it. Yeah.
I want you to get
This
an idea.
is the second hour, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
But listen,
look.
guys, just real basic stuff. I don't think any of this is going to hold, but I want you guys to hear it. Doesn't matter what hour it is, because our audience is every 15 minutes. We've got some lunatics like on YouTube that'll listen for 4 hours, but generally speaking, people are in their car
They're driving somewhere
every day, and they tune in for that period of time.
15, 20 minutes.
So talking your second hour, your first hour, your third hour.
I just learned that from you, Mark. You do that every time.
What? Do what?
You say, hello and welcome to the second hour.
I have never fucking said that in my life, Bo.
Yes, you have.
Oh, my, Suzanne, have I ever said that in my life?
What?
Welcome to the second hour of the show.
Oh, I don't know.
Similar, you know.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
I won't do it.
Bo, I never say anything like that.
Am I on drugs? I think you've been saying that since I've been here for a year. Hello, welcome to the third hour.
You don't want to say that, and you don't want to say good morning and good afternoon either.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just don't date it. And then if I ever use something for a best of, the last thing I want's a date in there.
Now that we're coming up, I'm going to do it at 11:05, right?
Well, you'll know when the music stops.
You don't say second hour or third hour.
What's that?
I'll do it.
Never.
I want to do it now.
Okay, you
then
do
you
it
do
now?
it. You can criticize me after I do the first.
You do it. I just thought.
Well, listen, you're going to do it. You're going to do it good. And then we're just going to start with the show. We're not going to talk about it like it was a deal. We're just going to do it. We're not going to critique it. We're going to do it.
Well, we might critique it.
Yeah, I wish you would.
Off the air.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey, Steve the painter, text Suzanne this stuff, please. He actually wrote something down and kind of memorized it, which in a case like this, generally we would never do that, but I want you to get an idea. Or you want to just go? You just want to do it?
What do you mean?
No, jeez.
I'll do it. I mean, I don't care.
So are you going to do it, Marco?
Would you want it? No, you said you wanted to do it. I'll do one.
We're going to switch.
It's not like I can't do it then because you said there's one after that.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I kind of messed up my script because I had my second.
12 o'clock, 1 o'clock.
Yeah, okay.
Did you already do it once?
Yeah, he did.
I did, and then Tom said this isn't the amateur hour, and he got pissed.
Right, because
the next day.
Dimitri
was he was what? He was what?
Just like he always says, it's the third hour, right?
No, you say this is the really? Oh, come on! I must be on.
I've never heard him number the hour.
Have you ever heard it from me?
No.
Never.
Tom does it
every time he's saying.
Yeah, he says it.
What do I say about that?
All right, I'll start paying attention.
Pay attention, you guys. It goes in one ear and out the other here. Major says it all the time.
Bo owes you $5 every time you don't number the hour.
Wow, Bo's going to be one broke son of a bitch.
I'll be the arbitrator.
Well, he's not going to do it now because now he's cognizant of it.
Bo, I've never said it.
You always say, well, hello and welcome to the second hour.
Oh, my God.
Yes, you do, Mark. You don't think so? Dimitri?
Let's see what the YouTube is loving. Should I do a poll? Should I do a poll, Mark?
Yeah, sure.
I can't be
all right, I'm going to
drugs.
do a poll on this. The YouTubies pick up on all that BS.
Oh, they're going to say, it doesn't matter. You can do a poll.
Okay,
but,
you guys.
It's ridiculous.
For Suze,
Neither of
because
us
you
ever
love
say
me
it.
the most, please be honest about your answers when I do this poll.
So who's coming back? Who's going to open? Marco, you going to do it?
I'm going to do it.
Okay.
I'm going to do the next one.
Okay. Well, you're going to do the last two, probably.
That's going to be about 40 seconds.
Did you say 3.5 billion or 3.5?
You know what? Top secret. I'm fucking blocking you. See ya.
Let me put up the poll. Quit being so defensive, Mark.
She's out.
No, that's.
Yeah, your sister's going.
What does she
Mark
say?
does it all the time.
I can't believe you guys don't remember Mark doing it.
Hang on. Why am I?
I'd like to say the second hour, but I won't do it.
Well, you never do.
It's timed out.
Ever.
Your sister for 5 minutes.
She got timed out? We're good.
You know, I'll give you another
Okay,
reason.
here it is. I'm going to start a poll.
We're in Colorado Springs on a completely different channel, and we're only there for 2 hours.
But you're there for at least the second hour.
Yeah.
Has Mark-
So if I did a best of and
Has
played
Mark
it down there and
ever
said, hey, welcome back to the
opened
fourth
an
hour.
I never said the
Opened
fourth hour, but you've done the second hour.
the show.
So I don't say
saying-
first hour, third hour, or fourth hour, but I always say second hour.
Yes, you do,
Oh
Mark.
my God! I don't even know how to go down this bunny hole. I'm done. I'm done
Okay.
chasing.
All right.
Now I only say
Maybe
one of
I'm
the
on
hours.
drugs.
Well, that we know.
Fourth.
Too many vodka tonics
Hour.
before I came into the show. Well, I don't
Welcome
know.
to the.
You were partying with Kelly in the room, drinking mimosas.
Has Mark ever opened the show saying "Welcome to
The
the first,
second
second, third"?
No.
No,
According
second.
to Bo, I
Second
only
hour.
do it on the second
Okay,
hour.
Hello.
welcome to the second
Second hour.
hour. Of the show.
Well, when is it? And if he's not on the log, he's not on the log. I mean, tell him if he's not on the log. He's texting me. I don't know if he's on the log.
Who are we
Kelly.
talking about?
Just go handle it, Joe.
Who? Joe Keanu?
Yeah, I'd go figure out when his live
Okay, I
is.
will, babe. I will.
For fucking God's sake, Joe.
Let me just look.
Has Mark ever? Oh, okay. Well, that's one way to put it.
Well, you have to block
Both
my-
saying I do it every single time.
I'm just wondering if you've ever done it. Hey, who's opening?
I am. Just give me a cue. Let's go.
Well, you got to listen to the music. It's after the music goes.
After
Tom
the
Martino.
music's done. Okay.
No, God, no. Not after the music's done. You're scaring the shit out of me.
Okay.
It'll work.
And make sure you say the second hour.
No, I'm not going to do it. You got me scared now.
It's important.
How about another hour?
You had like a visceral reaction to that.
This Friday or next Friday?
Like you were like, I've never said like
No, he
like he
does-
called you a name.
This hour or next
He should have a line
Ripped off.
He might be at 150.
Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. I'll come running just as fast as I can. Troubleshooter's gonna help. Come and make
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, and welcome to the longest running consumer advocate show. For the past 45 years, the Martino Show has been solving your problems and complaints. Did you know that our audience has actually avoided costly mistakes and have saved millions of dollars by simply listening to the show on a daily basis? I am Deputy Bo, along here with Deputy Dollar and Deputy Dimitri, and special guest host Marc Mager. Today we have in
Special guest host.
Major Marc Mager.
I'm on this show every day, Bo. I'm not a
No,
special
you're not.
guest host.
You're not here every day.
Mark isn't special anymore.
I am virtually here.
And I'd like to introduce personal injury attorney extraordinaire,
Marco Bendinelli.
Remember the word extraordinaire.
Extraordinary.
That's all I'm saying.
That's part of your name, is that what you're saying? What's the biggest case you ever did, Marco? By the way, folks, we got some lines open. 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. If
It
you've been
hasn't
ripped
happened
off,
yet.
taken advantage of, we want to hear from you. What's the biggest case? Biggest dollar amount in front of a jury? Marco Bendinelli.
$6 million.
Wow, that's a big one. Can you say what it was?
No.
Why?
But you asked me about the one that I didn't go to trial yet.
The one in California.
The one in Los Angeles.
That's crazy. Let's do this up. Listen to this, though. If I recall, a cop shot a kid. Is that right? Do I have the basics or no?
You got the basics.
Okay, hold on. We're going to dig into that in a second. But that's an up-and-coming trial.
That's true.
And you're going after the city, I assume, or the police? Who are you targeting?
It was actually off-duty.
Got it.
Los Angeles police.
Wow.
Who were working for a third-party security company.
Yeah, they do that all the time.
So, because they were off-duty, or because they were kind of moonlighting, the city is really not involved, nor the county of Los Angeles, because you got the city of Los Angeles, you got the county of Los Angeles, neither of which are going to be involved.
Got it. That's interesting. I didn't realize if an officer was off duty. How about if they weren't working for somebody else? How does that work? In other words, we all hear about these police shootings, but let's say one goes down where the cop is at home and shoot someone in the back or something like that. You're saying you still couldn't go after the city if they were off duty? Forget that they're working for somebody else's security, but they're in their everyday life at a grocery store and they think something's going down and they make a horrible mistake and someone ends up dead.
I guess the question is, are they operating in the scope of their duties?
Okay.
Right? But in my case, they were independent contractors.
Yeah, 100%.
So they,
was it security at a bar or something, or a nightclub? Or?
No, it was actually Metro Transit. They were working the subway.
So aren't they still working for the city then?
They are working for the third-party company because they are not on duty.
I'm saying, but it's still, I think of RTD. It'd be like if RTD in Colorado hired a police officer to do security at one of the train stations. I would assume they're getting hired by the government. That's RTD. It's a pseudo.
Right. And so in Los Angeles, there is Metro Police.
Got it.
Right? That are employees.
Got it.
And then
but they hired an outside firm for security.
About 60% of their security is done by an outside firm. Actually, a couple of them.
I got it. Hey, Jim, what's going on? What is this follow-up? Give me some insight on what the original issue was with the easement.
This is Jim. Am I on, Mark?
Yeah, you're on, Jim. Give us, explain what happened with the easement.
Well, there's a private dirt road in the mountains, and we own property that abuts this private road. And the people that are at the end of the road have asked all the other owners who have whose property has an entrance on that private road to sign an easement. Even though there's been historically an informal easement. They're asking for an easement now, everybody to sign up for it. I did not get a letter on our property because we do not have a driveway that empties into that road, but our property abuts it. So I've been talking to some of the neighbors, and they had concerns about whether they're legally obligated to sign this. When I read this easement, it looks like one of the paragraphs says if it isn't done, if they don't sign voluntarily, they'll go before a judge, and it looks like they can ask for legal and court costs if it's granted.
What did you guys end up doing? Did you end up signing it? I know I got Brad O'Brien in here. Did you guys retain him?
No, nobody has signed it yet. We're just trying to get a better understanding of what it is. They're asking for a 20-foot easement, 10 feet from the center line of the road. This road is only like maybe 12, 15 feet at the widest.
And what are they going to? Why are they asking for the easement? I'm sorry, I probably glanced by it when you said it.
Well, they're according to their letter. I don't know if you had a chance to open any of that PDF that I sent you. According to their letter, they inherited this property about 6 years ago, and the title company and their attorney told them that it would be, in this type of situation, is normal for old mountain properties to ask for an easement so that they have legal access in perpetuity. Now, they've had access for 64 years, and it's never been an issue.
So why did it become an issue with them? What is your take on that? They just want to make sure?
Yeah, I think...
Or do you think it's for nefarious reasons? Do you think there's something else going on?
No, I don't think so. I think they just talked to an attorney that said, hey...
Get it done.
You should ask for this easement now.
Hey, Brad, what do you make of this? I mean, have you actually looked over these documents, Brad, or is this the first time you're hearing about this?
Well, I don't know who your caller is, so I don't recognize that I spoke about this previously. Did I?
I don't think so. Jim, you've never talked to Brad before, right? Kelly, you just decided to get Brad on?
I was there for the call, Mark, and Brian was not involved in that conversation.
You mean Brad?
Yeah, Brad.
Okay. So what are your questions for our attorney, Jim? How about this? Maybe we send over... Would you mind eyeballing it, Brad, what they want him to sign?
You know what? These easements into mountain properties
are
very complicated, very nuanced. There's a lot that goes into them.
Oh, you're not just... I get it. It's not like just eyeballing for something in a lease.
Yeah, this is one of the most complicated issues that I deal with is road easements. I mean, there's half dozen different ways to get an easement, whether expressly through contract or an instrument like an easement that's recorded or by law. There's several different ways to get an easement by law.
What I'm not getting is they're saying here, you guys all need to sign this according to the caller, Jim. And if you don't, we're going to take you to court on it. If we win, we're going to charge you attorney's fees. Does that make any sense, or is that somewhat normal, Brad, when it comes to these mountain easements?
This is typical.
God bless.
There's a lot of dirt roads that have houses on them that don't have any, that are not papered over with a recorded easement agreement. And it's practical to get all the people who are using it to sign something, which is a mutual access easement, and that's an opportunity to put it also in that agreement some other covenants like maintenance. Who's going to share in the cost of
snowplow, anything?
Yeah, putting down more dirt or more gravel from time to time.
Grading,
and that So these agreements can be combined easement agreement and property and maintenance agreement.
Jim, what is the reluctance of you and the other neighbors of actually entering into this, or you're just simply wanting advice on it?
Well, I think I haven't talked to all the neighbors, but a couple of them just, it's been this way for 64 years and they don't understand why it needs to be formalized. The other concern they have is this 20-foot wide easement. And in our instance, we're not being asked to sign this easement agreement because we do not have the entrance to our property does not come off of that private road, but the back edge of our property abuts the road. So my concern is if they're not asking us to sign this easement, would this easement apply to us since they're not asking us to sign it? And then the other question I have is if it's an easement,
hold on, Jim. If it's in Brad, please correct me if I'm wrong. But if the easement's put in and you're at the very end and you have nothing to do with it, but you're still using that road, well, yeah, it definitely would affect you because now it's an easement. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is it might not affect you as far as cost. What exactly is your question? I mean, it would affect you just because there's an easement there now.
Well, one of the clauses in the easement is the size of the easement.
Yeah.
So the road right now is it's a narrow dirt road, 12, 14 feet wide. They're asking for a 20-foot easement, so 10 feet from either side of the center line. On our property, 10 feet from the center line of the road, there might be some trees within that 10 feet, 10-foot easement from the center line. My question is, can they cut trees down on my property if it's in the easement?
Hey, Brad, typically on an easement like this, I mean, would they cut the trees down or only if needed in the future?
Well, normally in these situations where you got an existing dirt road that people are using, and an easement agreement is done after the fact, it basically says the easement is going to be on the existing road as currently used, and ideally you'd get a surveyor to actually draw that out And so there would be no need to cut down trees because it's already in use.
Yeah, it's already there. It's not like they're building something. Hold on a second, though, both of you guys. I got to take this break. Brad, try to hold on. And then, Jim, we'll come back and discuss a little more. 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. Okay, let's see here.
Mark.
Yeah, Mom.
Eminent domain.
What's that?
Eminent domain.
Yeah.
Taking private property and using it, converting it to public use.
Yeah, they just want it. They want it.
Well, you know what? Because the guy in the back that's been using it for 64 years.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get landlocked.
And so, if
Hold on, guys.
If he wants to sell his property.
Denver Regen, I have lost over 30 pounds in less than 4.5 months thanks to their medication. They have semi-glutide, by the way, for less than $300 a month. That includes the doctors. That includes all the visits, all the follow-ups, the medication. You're all in for less than $300. And right now, Denver Regen, first month, half off. You got to mention the show. The first month, 50% off, so it's only $150, and it's all month to month. So, I mean, you can do it as long as you want or quit anytime. It's simple as that. DenverRegen.com. Please join me on my journey. It's absolutely amazing. There's no food noise. You don't feel hungry. It's a whole new way of dying. A whole new way of dieting at DenverRegen.com. Joe Lazzara, we talked to great attorneys like Brad O'Brien. Marco joins us in studio, but Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney. I truly, truly, truly hope you never need him. But maybe, just maybe, you find yourself in a DUI or in some kind of domestic violence accusation. That's where Joe Lazzara comes in. This guy can help you, and he knows all the judges, he knows all the DAs, and he can cut the best deal out there. And honestly, if you're innocent, he's great at getting in front of a jury and convincing them. Put this phone number in your phone. We've done the shopping for you when it comes to criminal defense. Joseph A. Lazzara, 303-429-6200, 303-429-6200. Fix it 24/7. Check this out. They'll come out for $49 and clean your sump pump. If you have a basement, most likely you have a sump pump down there, and if you haven't cleaned it in a long time, you are way overdue. You never want that thing to break down. You could have flooding, especially if your basement is finished. $49, they're going to tear it apart, spend about an hour cleaning it up. You're not going to find a better deal than that. Check them out at fixmyhome.com. Give them a call, $49, fixmyhome.com. Bo, you can go back. I would say you can go back to any show you want.
I got to check the poll
on YouTube.
Let's see, 56.
For the past 4 years, and you won't find me doing that once.
I'm going to go back
according to 56% of YouTubies, you have done that.
Never done it.
45% say no. I'll
block every damn one of them.
55.
Want to bet $50? I'll find it. Want to bet $50?
Go get a podcast.
Bet $50.
Let's bet lunch.
Put your money where your mouth is.
I would bet $50 that in the past 6 months,
lunch.
I would bet.
6
Hold on, no. I'll bet $50 in the last 6 months if I said it, maybe once, maybe
well, now
once.
you're backtracking. Now you're saying
maybe once.
Mark the backtracker.
But a few minutes ago, you said you never freaking did it.
Do you want to bet? Do you want to bet?
You did well with this.
And by the way,
just so you know, you
special guest. You blew it on your entry. Special guest, Marc Mager.
Did I say special guest?
Yeah, you did.
What the fuck was that?
I'm sorry. I got thrown off.
That's like Kelly, special guest Kelly over there.
Oh, that was a little demeaning, wasn't it?
Bentinelli?
Yeah.
Marco?
Well, what did I call Marco, the co-host then?
I don't know. I was
mad at me because I
was hung up on special guest host. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I've been doing since 2014.
Okay, I appreciate that slam criticism. That was pretty bad of me. I think of you more than just a guest.
But you know, he's
thank you, bro.
That's hilarious.
Are you gonna let me have another shot at it later in the week, or am I?
Hell no.
Jesus.
Hell no. I'm taking your intro card. Maybe when I get back.
Let me see.
Maybe
Do we
when I
have
get
any
back.
attorneys around here that
No.
can look at my contract
No.
for Kid
God,
Rock's
no.
place? Woo. Do we need to have Marco look at this?
What is it?
The contract for Kid Rock's?
Contract for Kid Rock.
Yeah, we're going to his
I
bar.
called him
We're
a
doing
guest.
a private event. It's expensive.
He's paying you guys to come in.
No, we're going to his bar.
That'd be cool.
We're going to his bar next week, and we're doing a private event with the people we're going with.
Oh, so they hired him.
That would
Somebody
be the best.
No,
hired
it's
him?
just his bar. It's the name of his bar, Kid
Oh,
Rock's in Nashville.
I thought Kid Rock was coming to town. Or invited you to a private party in like Malibu.
Let's see. Final guest count guarantee is due 3 days ahead of time. Event that you do not provide a guarantee, the VIN will use the original. Final guarantee cannot fall below the minimum guest.
God, I'm Chopper.
Oh, we got to pay it in full.
Chopper, are you
beforehand.
insane?
Mark, we have to pay the whole
glad
thing
you're eating those
before
cashews.
Friday.
Yeah.
So I might as well just pay the whole thing.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. We got some open lines. You want to get through with any questions, any complaints. We love going after the bad guys. In studio with me, of course, all our deputies, and then Marco Bendinelli, attorney at law. I'm going to go back to Jim, though, and lock him in with Brad O'Brien. Hey, Brad, you've listened to a little more of it. I would suggest to Jim, basically, he gets together with the other neighbors. How many other neighbors are there, Jim? How many of you guys all together?
Well, there's probably 12.
So, I mean, if everybody chips in, I mean, Brad, how many hours to look over something like that, do you think? And really, if they're going to take them to court, and pretty much that would be eminent domain if they take them to court.
Eminent domain is a different thing.
No, but what I'm saying is if they take them to court in front of a judge because none of them want to sign it, I mean, eventually, if they get it, if the county actually gets it or the city gets it or whatever, if they actually get the property, wouldn't that's not through eminent domain?
Well, no.
Okay.
There's a statute in Colorado to turn private roads into public roads, but that's not what we're talking about here.
Okay.
They're talking about doing an easement agreement, which makes a whole lot of sense. If any of those 12 homeowners wants to refinance and get a new mortgage, that mortgage lender is probably going to require documented legal access to the property.
Yeah.
It's something that everybody needs.
Or else they'll be, because they could say, hey, if these people cut you off, you can't even get to your house.
Yeah. So these are, this is a complicated issue. You have to have surveys. You have to really look at the 60 years of history. You have to locate.
But typically they would pay for all of these costs, right? I'm not talking about if they want to hire an attorney to look over everything, but the county would be paying for all this.
Well, I don't think they're talking about turning this into a public road here.
It's a private road, and the end of road owners have already had the road surveyed.
Got it. So you really wouldn't have any cost.
Well, other than retaining an attorney to review this before anybody signs it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, how many hours do you think that would be, Brad? I mean, who knows? I don't know how big this agreement is or what's involved in it.
But my point is, it is several. This is not something that you just eyeball and look at the act. I wouldn't just look at the agreement that's proposed. I'd have to do some due diligence.
Got it.
On the situation.
All right. Hey, Brad O'Brien, I appreciate it. And Jim, if I were you, I would literally give Brad a call. His number is 720-370-7388. I don't know where I guess I'd want an attorney to look at it. Marco, wouldn't you? I mean, if you're giving up some of your property for an easement or for any reason, probably have someone eyeball it.
Well, if it's been going on for 64 years,
yeah,
who in the hell gives a damn?
Well, okay. Maybe someone refining, like Brad said.
Well,
though.
right. He's landlocked. And you were right in some ways about, it's similar to an eminent domain, right?
Yeah.
Because an eminent domain is
someone taking your property by force.
Yeah, but it's government.
Yeah.
Taking personal property for public use.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's the same kind of principle here because you have a homeowner who would, suffer undue hardship.
Yeah.
Right. So you can use that principle to get an easement in this circumstance.
Jim, you got any other questions? Are you going to give Brad a call, or what are you thinking?
Get back with the with the other homeowners, and we'll have a discussion, and we'll probably give Brad a call.
Yeah, split the cost up by 12 people or whatever the breakdown is of homes. It's not going to cost you that much. I mean, it's going to be whatever the hourly is times how many hours to look at the agreement. You guys already have the full agreement, though, right?
Yeah, we do.
I mean, that's what I would do. I mean, like, dead serious. All right, 303-713-8255. Marco, you brought up eminent domain. It's used quite a bit. It's actually gone to the Supreme Court, I think more than once, right?
Yes.
And they basically say, yeah, you can do it if it's good for everybody. Where I hate where they use eminent domain is purely for tax revenue. I don't think that's fair. If they got to build a highway through a farmer's farm, infrastructure, a bridge, something, I agree with it. Where I don't agree with it is you got a strip mall somewhere and they want to take all the small businesses in the strip mall and build a casino, because a casino and hotel is going to generate a lot more tax dollars for the city. I don't agree with it in those circumstances. What are your thoughts?
Well, that would be a bunch of tenants, right? So, that's a tough one,
but they use it for tax revenue all the time across the country.
The court is required to do a balancing test, right? And, and so basically the court gets to do whatever they want, right?
Yeah.
And then they say that we had to balance the interest, right? But the government can't take your property without giving you compensation.
Yeah, but
and it's protected under the Fifth Amendment.
You take my case with my Goodyear. Now, ultimately, I'll say this, it worked out great for me. Okay, but originally, when the city and county of Denver walk into your place of business and say, hey, this is exactly what they told me. They said, look, this is what, it was a company they hired Denver called H.C. Peck. And H.C. Peck came a knocking on my door, just like they did the liquor store next door, the Waffle House that was on the other side of me, and about 10 other businesses. We all had the phone call, and the phone call went, or not the phone call, they literally walked in and said, hey, Mark, here's the deal. You're not going to believe it, but we're going to take your building. It's going to take about a year and a half, and you're going to be upset, and you're going to fight it, and a lot of people are going to try to fight it, but the bottom line is, I want you to understand something. We're going to take your building.
So
because we're building a train station right here that's going to go to DIA, and there's nothing that's going to stop that no matter what. Now, I only rented that building. So what happened is my landlord got compensated very well. The city and county of Denver paid me to move. That's big deal.
What about loss of revenue?
No, they didn't pay. They do not pay loss of revenue on an eminent domain claim with a small business. Do not whatsoever. They did through storage. So in other words, I had to store tires. They paid for storage. They paid for the moving. Some of the code, I ended up buying a building directly behind that building. I bought a building. And that turned out to work out very good for me in the long run. But in that interim where I had to convert this building into a Goodyear, it cost me a damn fortune.
Well, and it's uncertainty. They just interrupted your business. I mean, thank God it turned out okay, right? But you didn't know at the time. I mean, they come in, they say something like that.
No, and I went through all the emotions they told me. They said, you're going to fight it. You're going to think you're going to win. It's unfair. H.C. Peck was actually very good at setting expectations, because everything they told me actually came true. I mean, literally everything.
So the city paid them because H.C. Peck had to write a report, right? Yep. So that's the city's evidence that they could present in a hearing as to why it's a good thing.
Yeah, and here's what people don't realize about businesses in eminent domain. And I'm not talking about when the city comes in and takes an easement or something and takes 10 feet of property. I'm talking when they come in and shut you down. When they come in and shut you down, the percentage of businesses that made it through that, okay, I already told you, Waffle House, a veterinarian, Bennett's Barbecue, Taco Bell, I think it was Taco Bell or that other taco place, a liquor store. There was about 12 of us. Out of those 12, not one is still there. The success rate of moving a small business.
Where was
that's customer I-70 in Peoria. It's right where the big train station is.
Okay, wasn't there a Bennett's Barbecue in Arvada?
Yeah, they had one in Arvada, and they also had one in, where was that other one, Suzanne? Park Meadows, for a very small amount of time.
Well, they're closed now.
Over at Kipling and, right by our old corporate headquarters.
Oh, right at Arapahoe in Quebec.
Yeah, it was one of those restaurants that, like, it's been a restaurant 50 different times, Marco. Have you ever seen those? Like, some retail business that nothing can survive in that area, guys, and I have no idea why. That was one of those restaurants. In fact, it's probably been 10 different things.
Yeah, that's working against instincts. You know, it's like,
why go
there's
there?
a history of failure here. I think I'll be next in line.
I'll tell you the other one. What was that gigantic Radio Shack called back in the day? Massive Radio Shack. Tandy
USA?
No. Tandy Corporation came up with this idea. Let's build like the world's biggest Radio Shack.
Oh, Incredible Universe.
Incredible Universe. And it was right in front of the mall.
At Park Meadows.
That damn store has been everything in the world.
Yeah.
That thing is, now it's like a home something. But that store, up until what's been there for a year or so, has been everything from a Sears. It's been everything. And it's been multiple things at once.
It was really cool when it was Incredible Universe. I bought my VCR there.
A VCR.
Yeah.
We're dating it.
I love going to that store.
Incredible
to shop
Universe. It was the world's largest Radio Shack. All right, everybody hold tight. We got 2 lines open. Mike, I'll go to you. He's got a comment. 303-713-8255. We're gonna ask Marco too about this shooting from this cop in LA, and you're representing the shooter. Or the shootee.
The heirs.
How is he?
Oh, well, he's deceased.
Oh my God, he's dead.
That's why he's representing the heirs. This is
the parents hired you. Is it the parents? Who hired you?
The mom.
Oh my God, I didn't know he was dead. I apologize for that. I really had no idea the guy died.
Yeah.
I'm dying to know how you, because it's in LA, how you got involved. Everybody hold tight.
That'd be interesting.
This is special guest host Marc Mager.
Yes. And don't forget it.
Is that what you said?
How's he doing?
I
Yes, I
missed
did.
it. Oh.
He's not doing too good.
It's okay.
I want
though.
another shot at it.
He quit the oxygen mask.
You're braver than me. I don't want to open the show ever. I'd rather throw up.
I thought you opened it once.
I did, and I about threw up on myself.
I got thrown off on my second. I want to do it again, Mark. Give me a chance at the end of the week.
Redeem yourself.
Oh, it will not be today, sir.
Oh, I know. I'm going to wait till you're gone.
There you go.
No shenanigans while I'm gone. 0 zip.
Are we doing a lunch bet? Lunch?
Yeah, you'll never find one. I'll do the lunch bet.
You got
Where are we
You can
gonna
go
to
back
lunch?
6 months, you won't find
Where
one.
are we going to lunch?
I don't care where we go
Perry's?
to lunch. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care where we go to
Where
lunch.
are you going?
Perry's. That's it.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Okay, do you need any help on these?
Yeah,
2
need
lines?
some help,
You got
Mark.
it?
Yeah. I'm good.
I messed
Okay.
up. I want to try again.
You know, we talk about fixmyhome.com all the time. It's the fix it 24/7 guys. You know, George, the owner, he's a great guy. I love what he does to acquire new customers. It's very simple. He throws a deal out there that's unbelievable. Whether it's the $39 deal right now to get your air conditioner cleaned and ready for summer, they're going to come out there, clean the entire condenser, get all that dirt and slush and snow buildup that's just built up with that dirt and caked in there over the winter. They're going to get it out, make sure that thing's running good. They're going to get all the crap out of there. But not only that, they have a deal with the sump pump now. $49. If you haven't had your sump pump checked, they'll come out, make sure it's working, tear it apart, clean it. Both of these services take up to 2 hours to do. It's not a joke. It's not a sales gimmick. What it is a way to introduce Fix It 24/7 to new customers. These deals are for new customers. Check them out at fixmyhome.com. You're going to be happy. Then in the future, you're going to know what electrician, what HVAC company. You get the idea. Fixmyhome.com. Retirement Center Planning. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. These guys actually talk about retirement in a different way than most people do. They just don't talk about the income. They don't talk about different investments or annuities to buy. These guys actually dig into everything, including tax ramifications. Social Security. They'll talk to you about optimizing your benefits. Maybe you don't know much about it. They're going to talk to you about long-term care, estate planning. Maybe you have a business you want to pass down to your kids. They're going to talk to you about retirement, not just investments. Of course, they do the investment side. In fact, Martino has teamed up with them with some of his stuff. Give these guys a call if you have not thought, or maybe you're not even happy with your current people. Give these guys a call, 970-663-3211, 970-663-3211, or check them out at rpcenter.com.
You know, what you do, considering that, you know, you may have to do it, right? Or Bo might have to do it. You know, it's easier from the cheap seats. Okay? You know, but then when you think, you know, it sounds like it's easy for you, because it is easy for you.
You've been doing it for 10
But that doesn't mean it's easy.
Mark's been doing it for 6 months. Too bad you can't time
When
it.
do you think the first time I filled in for Tom was? Just take yes.
15 years ago.
1995.
I was just kidding about the 6 months. I knew it was a couple of decades ago.
Mark?
Yeah, you're not paying us either.
Yes, girl.
So the old system used to let me forward voicemails pretty easily. I don't know how to do it.
So Martha, did you have to
You
get
can't on
licensed
this
in,
one. It's so
do you
weird.
have to get licensed in California?
Do you want to type up the? You
No, I
want
have
to
to
email
get
me?
admitted.
Oh, I know who that is. Don't worry about that guy. He texted me last night. Don't even worry about him. That's that rock issue from last week. You can disregard anything he calls about. For rock. Perfect. We got it worked out. Thank you. So
they file a motion to allow me
Mark?
to package.
Yeah.
it was on the order, and
Does that make
Chris
sense?
doesn't know why it wasn't on 11:15 for Become the Banker 120 today. It was supposed to be there though. Joe was right. She's looking to see if they can put it at 12:15. Otherwise, do you want to take a credit or reschedule it for when we're back?
I'll just do it at 12:15, but don't get with Chris on that. I want a credit for it.
I already did.
Just tell Chris I want a credit, and then I'll figure it out with the client.
Okay, so do you want him on at 12:15 then?
I'll let you know when I want him on, but that's got,
Tell Chris, never mind on. You
yeah.
just
Tell
want
Chris
credit.
I just want a credit, but
Yeah,
make
it
sure
needs your
what
sensor.
other days
No, but it's sitting
they're
right on.
booked.
In that nice little box I made for you.
Oh, it's perfect.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know until we're here. So, and they're not going to be while we're gone.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, Kelly. Oh, is Shannon in there? I don't hear either of them.
Yeah, Shannon's in there.
I haven't heard Shannon. Oh, I'm not on the internet.
Right.
Shannon's been quiet.
Hey, Marco.
Yeah.
Literally, you're doing the openings when you're here Monday. Every one of them. I don't want to come back and hear that Doc did one or anybody. You're hosting the show. And hey, Kelly, can you hear me? Of course not.
Well, Marco gets to do all of them.
all right, I got that settled. So,
$1 to do one. You do one.
One
No.
of these days, maybe.
Yeah.
I got to be honest. I'm like, it is amateur hour.
Oh, you sound just like Martino.
I'm not saying you sound like there's no reason. I've never heard any other show do it. It's absurd the more I think about it. When you have a guest host, they have to do it, so they'll do it.
Okay.
But I mean, I kind of get where Tom's coming from now. It throws people off. People are tuning in to hear who they're listening to, and all of a sudden they hear someone completely different. And they're like, what the fuck's this?
Right. But it's good in case you guys were off the air for a few minutes and you have someone to step in.
Oh,
Well, yeah, just
absolutely.
Talk about the amateur.
Then you just do it.
okay, we're back.
A couple weeks ago.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino, you've been ripped off or taken advantage of. Mike has a comment on the easement issue. Mike, what's your comment, brother?
Hello, thank you. I just went through the process similar to this guy. We've had foot access to our property, which is about 15 feet off the county road,
Yeah.
since 1960. And now that I want to actually drive a car across that, both my neighbors on either side got together and landlocked me And so I did have to hire a lawyer, go to court to seek access.
Oh my God, Mike, how long? No, wait, that was such a mouthful. Why would these jerks, and I'm using my own term there, I'm not saying you're calling them jerks, but why would they get together and try to landlock you? Why are they such jerks?
I can only say they are maybe far left or radical.
So in other words, you had a Trump flag and they're voting for Harris.
Yes.
I got you.
Right.
Okay, that's unbelievable, though.
It doesn't make sense. I've been very nice to them over the years, and they both bought property to landlock me.
No, you probably, I swear to God, you probably nailed it. You probably had the wrong flag up or something. How much did you spend to get this done all together to where you can get your own house, for God's sake?
Doesn't sound like tolerance and compassion.
No.
With lawyers, surveyors, it's taken about 2 years. I think it was $12,000 or so dollars.
Did they end up having to pay any part of your attorney's fees?
No. Now, and that's the crux of the comments. In Colorado, you have a constitutional Colorado right to access your property. So they don't want to give it to you.
That's absolutely right.
A lawyer will guarantee that. So somebody will give you an easement over their property so that you can have access to your property.
They have to.
Guaranteed. A shared easement. Now, I offered to buy this 12-foot strip of land, just 25 feet of it, a 12 by 25 piece for $5,000. They would not sell me that little strip of land. So then I had to go to court to be offered my shared easement over their land to my property.
So you ended up getting it. You ended up actually getting it cheaper, didn't you?
I'd rather have spent the $5,000 to have my own access without my neighbor's thumb or observation of what I do on their. It's still their property.
Yeah.
It's just that we have a shared easement, so I may access it, but that person still owns it, and I don't like that.
Did it burn them? I mean, are they like totally upset over this whole deal when it was all said and done?
Oh, yeah.
Can you imagine just like, I don't care how much you don't like someone, but long as they're not like in your face all the time, to try to cut access for them to get to their house is crazy. Did they ever try to put up like a roadblock or anything to literally cut you off?
Actually, yes.
Oh my God!
I've been crossing this 12-foot strip since I'm 66. I've been doing it since I was 3, on foot and on vehicle since I was a kid. And when I started doing that, they came over and said, "No, this is private property. You can't cross this." And they were yelling at me. I went to the other neighbor, and that person said, "No, I don't want you on our property. So actually, you're excluded from your property and you're landlocked."
Hey, Mike, how long?
So I couldn't even go to my property, but it's 12 feet from
Mike, crazy. Mike, how long did it take? How long did this fight take from the time they first restricted your access until the? And what did you do during those 2 years? It sounds like they blocked the road. What'd you do? Just keep moving all their stuff?
Right, blocking the road. Yeah, that little strip, that spur of land that they own. They put up a log barricade similar to you see in like World War II.
Right. So what? Like a tank trap. So what did you do during those 2 years?
Just go around it?
Oh, I talked to the third neighbor that butts up to the bad neighbor, and they said you may walk on my property, walk only. But you can cross my property to get to yours.
What jerks?
Hold on. What about your car? What if you were coming back from the grocery store?
Oh, now, this is undeveloped property that we've owned since 1961.
Got it.
And so my need is I have 2 boys now, and this property goes to them. So it's my responsibility to get some type of easement for them. I never thought I had to go to court to get it.
Yeah, I can't believe what jerks your neighbors are, to be quite frank, just over politics. That's absolutely insane, man.
Well, I don't know what their politics are, but they're acting like somebody who is extremely privileged and doesn't want to
entitled.
anything to the neighbor that's been there.
Yeah.
Entitled. I've been there since 61.
It's crazy, man.
The other guy has been there since the 80s. And then the last neighbor, maybe 8 years.
All right. Hey, Mike, we really appreciate that information. And he's 100% right. Over the years, we've taken numerous calls. And I do know for a fact you cannot landlock someone in Colorado. We've had people try to landlock people where they literally have a house, which gets really insane, where they had to call the sheriff in the middle of nowhere to get out there and move a barricade in order to get to their own house. Just really crazy stuff like that, and it takes a long time. Hey, bad neighbors suck. 303-713-8255. Hey, Arthur, you're going to be next. Some kind of service issue. Hold tight.
You need help with any of these phone numbers for your 45?
Nope.
Okay.
Mark, when I yelled at you, I made sure I was off.
What do you mean yelled at me?
Well, I threw you a bone, I thought. Anyway, something that you were talking about. But in Colorado, there's something called adverse possession. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not a property lawyer, and I just remember that from law school. I just looked it up to see if I was right. Anyway, if you openly possess someone else's land for a period of time,
20 years.
Well, it says 18.
Okay, 18. That's correct, though.
Then you get.
You got to go and pay taxes.
Ownership.
Well, you might get ownership, but you might have to pay the taxes on that property, that piece of the parcel,
right,
for X amount of years. And there's other stuff. It's not as simple as that.
Adverse possession.
Yep. CMG Financial, they are the bank. You're going to hear a lot of lenders because rates are coming down. But here's the bottom line. These guys do billions and billions a month in lending. They are the bank. If you're listening to this on a podcast or YouTube, these guys loan in all 50 states. John Clace is the man. He's going to get you the best deal out there. Traditional mortgage, reverse mortgage, the all-in-one loan, which is a 30-year line of credit on your house. You're going to love these guys. Check John and the gang at CMG Mortgage out at partnerinlending.com. That's partnerinlending.com. Call them for whatever needs you have when it comes to mortgages. Now, I want to talk about the art of granite. These guys have done 4 or 5 rooms in our house over the last 10 years. They did our master bathroom with quartz. It's absolutely, or is it marble, Suzanne? I forget. Quartz. And then they have done granite in our laundry room, 2 other bathrooms. Part of our kitchen was granite. If you want the best fabrication, the best deal out there in granite. In fact, right now, Mitch is offering a free bathroom if you get the kitchen done, and you can get a quote right over the phone, which is amazing. Go to theartofgranite.com. That is theartofgranite.com. John Fuller Law, he's going to be doing the show tomorrow. In fact, feel free to call him up and pick his brain on personal injury and car wrecks and everything else John does. But I have personally used John twice. Once when we got T-boned, and then once when our daughter got rear-ended. Both times he got us maximum, and I mean that maximum payout from the other insurance company. We got every nickel of insurance they had. John Fuller Law, 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500.
On the all-in-one insurance disbursement, I can move that money into my personal, your personal, or the biz. Where would you like that? Or do you want it to just sit there?
How much is it?
Just shy of 21, or I guess 20 and a half.
Put it in major radio.
Okay. We paid out of my account, just so you know, for the stuff. I didn't know if that made a difference.
No.
Okay.
Hey, Mark.
Sir.
So you went to a pre-recorded commercial, right?
What do you mean?
The one I'm listening to right now.
Yeah.
So what did you hit? What button did you hit to bring that up?
Here, come over here.
Actually, you ended it.
I want you to come over here.
You ended it well.
Here's why, because he was on air when he did his lives, and when he hits off.
None of that's going to matter to you, though, because you're not doing live.
Oh, transfer description.
You're going to simply go to break.
So, yeah, you did a live commercial. And
then I hit next event. Next event triggers whatever's here.
There we go.
How come I don't have that screen?
Well, because you don't.
How do you think you're going to find that?
Here you.
Find what?
Mark's.
Did you see the YouTube?
But you don't. None of that matters because you don't do lives. You're not going to do any live.
So that's just commercial.
Look, 56%.
Yeah, that's it.
Did it.
Oh, I know.
And
right.
when
that's
I'm
gonna
done
be-
doing a live, I hit
It's
next
gonna be
event,
easy.
plays the next one.
Scott, I'm just going to
I don't even do it. Honest to God, I never use it.
It'll be easy. Just go through the
Nope.
past YouTube episodes.
They're going to do all that.
I'll find it 2 weeks ago.
They'll say, close it up.
You guys don't think so, do you?
I don't know. I mean,
It'll be easy. Then I think you can record that. I don't know how to do it. I'll send it to you.
Hey, Kelly, can you hear me? Kelly.
Yeah.
And I'll be here too. I'll point you.
Hey, when John's in or Marco, they open the show, period, end of story. Got it? I don't want like Doc or Bo or anybody but the host opening the show. Okay. I can't hear a word you're saying, but I see you nodding.
I'm in timeout now permanently.
And then Shannon, you got that.
How would I be able to affect that? Just turn off the other.
Just turn off the fucking mic. That'd be absolutely correct.
It's good to continue
What do you
doing
think?
this.
This is
Trying to sneak.
time for a break. You just say it on the air,
Gonna have,
right?
yeah, I know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, what?
A month from now, when Martino's back, he's gonna wring my neck for the fucking zoo I've created today.
And we're sure he's coming back?
27.
Yes, at this point we are.
Okay.
Oh, your ratings are high because of all the stuff we do here, Mark.
You guys do a great job of what
come
you
on.
do, but I'm gonna draw the line.
Oh,
I'm officially line drawing.
What?
The line is in the sand.
We solved cases.
It's that Obama red line that'll never be crossed.
We kick butt for this show.
You do.
Hello.
Dimitri.
How do I move?
Now that I figured out I'm a guest host on my show. Thank you.
Special guest host.
A special guest host on half my show. That's great.
I gave you a little bone.
Special Mark.
Yeah. He took the short bus here. All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. Where'd we leave off here? I'm going to hop back. Marco, where do you want to go? Arthur has been holding the longest. So, Arthur, what is going on? What is his service issue?
Hey, how's it going? So I bought a pickup from a pretty big dealership here in Springs in January. This pickup's been in the shop 3-4 times since then.
Take this call.
I took it back to the dealership a couple of times. They said they couldn't find it. The first time, they didn't look at it at all. Gave me a printout saying that what I was thinking was wrong with it was perfectly normal. The second time they finally looked at it, said that they couldn't find anything wrong with it. Said maybe I should think about taking it to Chevy. So I took it to the Chevy dealership. So I bought it at a Ford dealership and the truck to GMC. Take it to the Chevy dealership, and the Chevy dealership says there's a vacuum pump issue with the brakes. There's a camshaft and lifter issue that need to be replaced.
Hey, Arthur, what was the initial issue you were having?
Everything. The truck was knocking and the brakes were spongy. That's what initially started me after I bought it. I was like, wait.
Okay, and then you went to
and it was dark.
You went to one
I
shop.
didn't look at it too well.
In the first shop you went to
The
said
dealership
what?
we bought it from, correct.
Yeah, and what did they
couldn't find
say?
anything wrong with it. They said that the lead tech that looked at it didn't actually look at the truck. He said that what I was hearing, the knocking, was normal, and he gave me some kind of a printout from the internet.
Yeah.
That was supposed to explain why it was normal.
How long did you own the truck, Arthur?
I've owned it since like January 15th.
All right, so you pretty much bought the truck. You had problems with it pretty much right after you got it. You brought it back to where you bought it. They said there was no problem. They didn't feel the spongy brakes, and they said the noise was normal. Then you brought it over to a dealer, a Chevy dealer.
Correct.
And the Chevy dealer said you needed all this work.
Correct. Oh, it's around $15,000 in replacements and in repairs.
Yeah, they're probably trying to upsell you on some stuff, but let's just talk about the spongy brakes. What is that?
So it ended up being a master pump that was covered by warranty.
Excellent.
So that's going to get replaced. But my issue is that the truck that I traded in for, this truck, was in perfect running conditions.
Yeah.
And this truck is completely just not what I paid for.
But hold on a second.
I did luckily pay.
Arthur.
Go ahead.
Did you have it checked out before you bought it? See, Marco, this is one of the main things we deal with all the time, and this is for people listening, Arthur. I'm not trying to beat you up, But when you go buy a used vehicle, you get it, you drive it somewhere, and you have someone like Sheridan Auto Tech or Kimmer Transmission, someone tear into it and make sure it's a decent vehicle. Did you do that?
No.
Okay. And when you bought this, I understand you bought a service contract because you said the warranty was going to cover that brake booster, but you did buy it as is. Hold on. We dig into this all the time, Marco. People think when they buy a used vehicle as is, and there's a problem with it, they didn't actually buy it as is. But the good news, Arthur, is we do have good success rates on talking to used car dealers because we use a very loud bullhorn. Hold on.
All right, coming into the third hour.
So you're going to have to...
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
you basically...
Right. That's right.
How would you have directed that call? I'm just curious.
Well, I'd have asked him if he had a warranty under it from the dealer.
Yeah.
And did you buy one?
Yeah.
And, there's a lemon law, but I don't think that applies to used cars.
Not at all. Just new cars. And only the first 2 years. This is the kind of stuff that, we hear every day. But lemon law, just so you know, 2 years or less than 20.
You got to have it in 3 times in 12 months.
Well,
same issue.
Same issue, and not 30 consecutive days, but 30 days total.
I didn't know about that. But, I'm not a lemon law lawyer.
No, of course not.
But there's something called warranty of merchantability, right?
It would never fall under a used car.
No. Okay.
True.
So, but I would admit on the air, this is not my area of expertise.
No, but luckily, Dimitri knows a lot about
get the good
this.
jacks there.
And,
I know.
Yeah.
Well, just purely from being here. That's it.
Right. Well, Tom, the times that I've been here, both you and Tom know way more than some lawyers.
Well, because we deal with the same calls 50 times, 100 times a year.
But you'll have Dimitri here and Bo here to sort of support those.
So I could just call on them.
Just not to open up the show.
Just not yet. Don't let him open up the show.
Marco, feel free, and this goes to Mark too, feel free to put me on the spot anytime you want to without warning.
Dimitri's been here on the daily listening to
3 a.m.
every call we've got.
During the show.
Marco. So he's
special guest host.
I have no stage fright, and I
Believe it or
cannot
not,
be
give me
embarrassed.
another shot at it.
Too much.
Okay.
I have stage fright and I embarrass easily.
Senate Bill
Dimitri, just saying.
271.
Yeah, I looked at
Oh, God. Okay, let's
It's
see
going to
here.
be so easy for you.
It doesn't sound like a Colorado amendment.
What's that, Bo?
I said it's going to be really easy for Marco.
Well, Marco knows how to talk for sure. Steve the painter. Steve, I'm in the middle of the show. What's up, brother?
So if you
I talk in my sleep.
So if
You want to come in
dump
tomorrow?
some shit on me?
I got
Oh, yeah.
For some
You would
paint
not be a
bids.
No, I
problem
can't tomorrow.
At all.
Yeah.
My friend who's out of town.
Wow.
Visiting
You
his
gotta-
father.
You got to find me. When are you coming down?
Redoing her closet.
Yeah, that's fine. Just text when you're here, and I'll have Dimitri or someone meet you and show you, or Suzanne maybe.
Tomorrow.
Who is that?
Steve the painter. He's got to look at the
Thursday.
bathrooms. All right, later. Bye. For just a bid for the bathrooms.
What?
Got it.
Girlfriend?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I should have told him to text you because I'll never.
I'm going on a date.
Well, I can,
Oh,
I
Hey,
can
I got time to
monitor
run
your
the
phone
restroom.
if you want.
Or just tell
You know
Steve
what I
to
did?
text you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did
Throw it
that
out of here,
yesterday
yeah.
and it didn't work.
I bought
Steve.
myself a brand new case for my Leatherman to go out on my date.
There you go. All right.
Yeah, what do you think of that?
That's pretty
Think she'll be impressed?
Yeah.
The other
Text
one
me
was 20
when you
years
get
old
here.
and it's dangling on. It's hard to find one with the actual Gerber logo on it.
Yeah, I'm
That's
sure
what
it
my
is.
son says. I'm buying myself a new Leatherman. Most guys buy a suit and a tie. I'll buy a Leatherman case.
Okay, let's see here. Payment.
Hey, Don Lou, I could look at that either way. I don't like it. I feel like he's getting too political there, and I don't think it's going to happen. Now, maybe it already did happen, but I bought something from Amazon the other day. But if they do it, I mean, I'm simply not going to be using Amazon because I'm going to see how much more I'm paying right now compared to what I might pay in a month. So as a business decision, I think it's kind of dumb. to put up the tariff's going to cost you $30 more or whatever, when that could very well go away. Now, if you have to have the item right then and there, I guess that's a little different story. But why the fuck would I buy a TV right now when I could easily wait 3 months when all this tariff shit's over and buy it? If Amazon's bragging about how much more it is now, it's kind of a dumb business decision. It's a hell of a good topic.
Number 2 anymore.
I might actually use that next hour.
You mean the third hour?
Yes, coming back into the third hour.
Welcome to
That's
the
right.
third hour.
This endless show.
Yeah, exactly. I hate the day before vacation. I'm already at the airport at the club having a drink.
Don't worry about it, Mark.
If we're in Terminal A, Cap 1, if we go to Terminal C, we go to Amex Centurion. They're both great
They're
clubs.
both free?
Well, yeah, you got to have their card, yeah. You got to have a Amazon, either a black or Amex Platinum or
Leaving the
black
house at
card,
like 7 a.m.
or the Venture
Our
X
flight's
card
at
for
10.
Capital One.
My daughter's going to come there.
Amex is almost everywhere. Capital One's got one in Denver, which is really nice.
Is she
It's a
good about
very
texting
nice
back
club.
and whatnot?
They've got one in Texas, Dallas-Fort Worth, and one in Vegas just open.
Like most.
That's all they have is
Exactly.
three.
In the food.
My kids never talk to me.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's pretty good. I think the
Gets off at
food
one.
at both of them is exceptional.
Perfect.
Denver's very good compared to some other places.
Capital One opened the cafe block away from where I live.
Yeah, those are getting
And I
popular
get half off.
'Cause you have a
I
card.
Capital One card.
Where did Marco go? I want to be sure he didn't get lost.
He's in bed.
So they'll have like top shelf. The Centurion at DIA's got like super top shelf. I mean, they'll have like Don Julio, Patron, tequilas. For tequila, it's expensive. I mean, they're not like $500 a bottle, but they're 70.
Yeah.
I was so surprised to see a credit card bank opening cafes.
Yeah.
You know, I know the one you're talking
What
about.
the hell?
You're hanging out and you want to switch over to them.
Yeah, it's got to be brand building. It's got to be brand building.
Yeah. I've never been in one, but I've driven by a few of them.
Yeah, it looks like a
Aren't they a
giant
bank?
Starbucks. And they have private meeting rooms that you can use.
That's cool.
Like just glass offices with a little conference table.
How much is like coffee?
It's like Starbucks, like $3.
But you get half off.
Yeah, I get it.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know that half off thing.
What is this?
Yeah, the menu is identical to Starbucks, just like croissants.
I'll tell you what kills me about Starbucks are the ones that are in casinos. They're like 5 times the amount of any other one. A regular,
more expensive.
yeah, like a regular coffee, like from Starbucks. I just get a large black coffee with cream, and at like, well, at Green Valley it's probably $6. But if you're downtown, like at MGM or something, I mean, it could be $8, man.
At a Starbucks?
Just for black coffee, not even for the fancy
That's
shit.
bad for their brand.
Maybe they got to
That's awful
pay
for their
the
brand.
franchise.
Well, they're the ones that run it, I think. I don't think they're...
Even if they franchise it,
I don't know
it's
if they...
still bad for their brand.
No. I think they literally own it, but I don't know that. I always thought Starbucks... Does Starbucks have
All
franchises?
the Safeways.
Except Target. My daughter works doing a Target.
I don't think you guys are right.
Target owns their own store.
Yeah, all the grocery stores, they're all franchised.
Does Starbucks
Yeah, because
own
you
all
can't do
stores?
Because my daughter has to go stock shelves.
points or something, right? At the ones in a grocery store? There's something.
Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Money. That's money. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. If you've been ripped off or just need advice, I got Marco Bendinelli with us, attorney extraordinaire. Of course, Suzanne, my lovely wife to my left. We got Dragon just joined us. What's cooking over there, Dragon?
Hi, buddy.
I love it. Then we got Kelly on the other side of the glass answering your calls.
Hello.
How are you doing today, Kelly?
I am
doing wonderful. How are you?
Good. What do you think of Marco? You like Marco? I like Marco.
Oh, we love Marco.
Marco is
He's going to do a great job.
You know, there's a lot of attorneys out there, and I digress a little. We have two lines open. If you need some advice, need some help, you got a bad contractor, a bad landlord, we'd love to help you out. 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. Now, Marco, a lot of attorneys almost never end up in court. I mean, let's just take personal injury in general. And I'm saying, let's just do auto accidents. In auto accidents, I'm not talking a big one like a trucking accident. I'm talking most of the accidents out there. Almost none of them go to court, right? Because the limits of insurance are so low. There's basically the insurance company just pops up the dollars if it's 25 or 50,000. I mean, is that true or not? How many literally go in front of a judge or a jury?
Well,
of the basic ones I'm talking about.
Yeah, like with $30,000 in medical expenses.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Like a smaller case.
Yeah,
$10,000 worth of medical.
They're almost all settled, right?
Well, depending on who your lawyer is.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair enough.
We do pushback when we make sure that the insurance company gets out of the insult range.
Yeah.
If they're in the insult range, we're filing a lawsuit. And, because it's not only an economical decision, it's also a reputation decision.
Got it. But if they're offering, in most cases, if they have, say, $25,000 of insurance and there's $30,000-$40,000 in damages.
Well, that's different.
Yeah, but I mean, what do you possibly do? You end up just taking the $25,000 under most circumstances.
And then you go to your own coverage, which is uninsured or underinsured motor
if
coverage,
they have it,
which is the most important piece on your personal auto insurance.
I've yet to meet a personal injury attorney, including John Fuller, that doesn't say that exact same thing. And people don't understand.
Most important coverage you can have.
People, listen to this. You will pay all this money to insure your own liability, meaning to insure if you screw up. But if someone else screws up and hits you and only has a minimum, there's people out there that don't pay for that coverage, which is arguably more important. Because
Absolutely.
Now you're talking about yourself.
So I've been doing this for almost 30 years now, right? And I've seen some bad things, some sad things.
Oh, yeah.
Some tragic things.
Yeah.
Right? And what people don't understand is that coverage or that check.
Yep.
Money.
Yep.
That's the last money you're going to see besides Social Security disability.
Yep. And for a lot of people, especially people, life-changing stuff. Imagine someone hits you with no insurance or only $25,000 and you lose both your legs.
Exactly.
I mean, the only money you're going to have is that
is
money.
The coverage. Yeah. You got to get $1 million.
My umbrella, Suzanne and I have an umbrella, and I'm not going to go into limits and stuff, but it actually covers as well.
A lot of the umbrellas don't.
I know
you
they
have
don't.
to specifically look for that and request it.
And it's very important. If you get up to millions of dollars, that coverage is massive. Going back to you wake up and you have no legs and you've been in the hospital a month and your entire life is upside down.
Unfortunately, when people learn this, right?
When it's too late.
After an incident.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
And so that's where the understanding begins.
And they haven't updated the minimals in Colorado forever. You realize that $25,000, well, I know you know, it's like nothing. I mean, think about it. It doesn't even cover a new car at this point.
Well, I mean, it's a hospital visit is $10,000.
I guarantee the car you're driving is over $50,000. And a lot of people are driving a car these days, since COVID especially, that's worth over $50,000. I'm not saying everybody. That's not my point in this. But you get hit by somebody that's got minimum coverage, you can't even get your car fixed anymore.
Well, you can. Okay, I let a little silence go there.
Yeah.
For drama.
Yeah, I heard you.
Did it work?
I continued to do the silence for more drama.
Okay, you did. So you could go and get your car fixed under your collision coverage.
If you have the coverage.
But you have the coverage if your car's financed because it's not your car, it's the bank's car.
You're correct in that, or you should. Or if you let that coverage lapse, what happens is the credit union or whoever forces that crappy insurance that only covers the bank.
Right. And
covers the
they'll
loan.
repossess your car.
Oh, hell yeah, they will.
If they got a big asset out there and, you're leaving it uninsured.
Hell, they'll take your boat, your airplane, if you're back on payments and don't have their asset insured.
Right.
Because when your car has a payment on it, I assure you, that is not your car. That is the bank's car.
Exactly.
You can't sell it until you pay off the bank.
So most people, because we've been brainwashed into thinking everyone should have a car payment, right? As a nation, right? We're always one car behind what we can afford.
Of course. That's true.
But anyway, so most people will have collision coverage. So you get your car fixed with your own carrier.
Yep, and then your own carrier, well, long as there's money on the other side, is going to subrogate and try to get their money back. But if you're up at those maximum limits, no one's going to get their money back.
Right. And you use the fancy word there.
Which one?
Subrogate.
It happens all the time. In fact, every auto accident, people don't realize this. A lot of people show up at the hospital. What do? They say, oh, I've got health insurance, I've got Kaiser, or I've got whatever. It doesn't matter what you have. And you go through an auto accident and you get to the end of it and you used your health insurance the whole time. Well, your health insurance will end up getting reimbursed. They will actually subrogate against whoever was at fault and get those bills done. And one of the things John Fuller has taught me, which is incredible, those bills can be massive as far as an emergency room because it's a Thunderdome. I mean, really an ER can charge whatever the hell they want. There's no rhyme or reason. No, I swear to God. Addie's accident, listen to this, Marco, $33,000. We were in there for an hour and a half, right up here at Sky Ridge. She had an MRI, a CAT scan, and then just the ER fees. $33,000.
That's a lot.
All said and done, when the case was over and it was time to pay the piper and the subrogation was happening between the health insurance and the auto accident, John got those bills down. Listen to this, man. It's like $7,000, which is like normal. I mean, that's what they should have been to believe. Right. So, and you get to keep the money. A lot of people don't realize that. Explain why that is. Explain why, if you're my attorney and there's a hospital bill.
You're lucky, first of all.
Well, and there's a hospital bill for $20,000.
Okay.
And you get the hospital to accept $3,000 at the end. Explain to me why that $17,000 we get to keep. Why is that? It's unlike any other issue I can think about. If I have a homeowner's claim on a couch, well, I guess really it is its replacement. But go ahead, explain why.
Well, first of all, if you got let's say you got a $20,000 hospital bill.
Yeah.
Okay. You can use the billed amount against the third party at fault.
I know.
Defendant.
I know, but even if it only cost a fraction of that, you still get to keep that full amount.
Right. Well, one of the reasons you get to keep it is because you had the foresight to have health insurance.
Yeah.
And so that is called the collateral source rule. And what that means is the person that hit you cannot benefit from anything that you purchased to cover that incident.
And because I, as you said, had the foresight to have health insurance, that can't benefit the guy at fault or the gal at fault.
You get to claim the 20. And then, dealing with your insurance company, you get it greatly reduced.
Let's go back to like hail damage on a house, because here's kind of where it's different. If I have hail damage at a house and I tell my insurance company I need a new roof, and they come out there and they agree I need a new roof, and the new roof is $18,000, and I get a check for them for $18,000, but then I go out and I find Jay Bratz or someone to do my roof, and I only do it, and somehow I get it done for $10,000. Technically, I got to send back that $8,000.
No, you don't.
Oh, BS, man. That's almost insurance fraud.
You didn't hire me.
Oh, that insurance fraud is something else. That's like when you engineer a claim that didn't happen naturally.
Nope.
So listen,
if you could get your roof done. In fact, Kelly, get Brian Burns on. I love taking you guys to task because I know I'm right, but maybe I'm wrong. There has been a time or two in my life that I have been wrong.
Write the day down.
I don't know anyone I don't know anyone who has not made money on homeowners insurance claims.
Oh, my God, a lot of people don't. Hold on, though. We got to take a break. Hold on. I promise Dan and Don will come back to you. Kelly, see if we can get Brian on real quick, though.
Dimitri's right.
So I was off.
Oh, my God, I wish one day I could say that.
Was I off?
I've been wanting to say that. Dimitri, you're right. No matter what, though, it doesn't seem to hit.
Well, you know what? Listen, is that the first time you said
I
it?
can't believe that came out of my mouth.
Is that the first time?
He's not right. No, I've been dying to say it.
He is. I'm going to tell you why later. On the air. Because we're busy right now.
Hold on, guys.
Into commercials.
K&H Home Solutions, man, this company's been around since 1956, 69 years ago, started by Henry. Here's the deal. Think about it. We are 2025 and the company's still going strong. They have Alpine high performance windows. If you have a place up in the mountains, say Evergreen or Winter Park, and you want a window that is basically like having drywall with insulation, that is the Alpine high performance window, and K&H is a major supplier of these guys. They know how to install them right. They'll have the great warranties out there, custom fit, almost zero maintenance on these. They also have Provia and soft light windows. They have diamond coat siding. They have beautiful entry doors. If you're looking for a great company at a great price, get a bid from these guys. KHWindows.com. That's KHWindows.com. Excel Roofing, Jay and Henry Bretts. Man, I love these guys. I talk to Jay all the time. In fact, and now his son Henry involved. I talk to Henry all the time. We talk about all different kinds of things, but I love their philosophy. They do something almost no other contractors do. You don't pay a cent until you're content. They'll come out, they'll do that roof, and until you're happy, you don't pay them a dime. Find another roofer that does that. Never pay a roofer up front. Pay when you're done. I cannot emphasize that. Once hail season's here, which basically it is now, you're going to hear the calls all the time on this show, how roofers rip people off. But if you don't pay them anything, they can't rip you off until you're happy with the project and it's done. ExcelRoofing.com. That's ExcelRoofing.com. All right. Oh, Brian might be dealing with his wife, huh?
No, that's tomorrow.
Oh, that is tomorrow. Okay.
He's going to be here tomorrow, right?
No, different. I got someone else. Oh. Yeah, his wife has shingles or something.
Oh, no.
Holy
He's got to deal with that.
Is that like an infectious?
No, if you've got you get vaccinated for it at 50. It's the same.
Isn't
as
it chicken pox
virus?
It's the chicken pox virus. See, once again, I'd love to say that I'm wrong and he's right, but we can never get there.
To say that? I'm going to give you the opportunity.
It's the reactivation of the chicken pox
It's the exact
virus.
same. So the chicken pox virus sits dormant in you forever.
Yeah.
And that's shingles.
You told me that.
It's not fun.
I heard it. Painful. Huh?
You had it?
Painful, yeah.
How long did it last?
2 or 3 months.
Oh, my God.
Geez, so is it infectious or not?
No.
Do you catch it?
No.
From somebody?
It's viral.
That's
Well,
why
can you?
I think you catch chicken pox, but not the shingles.
Right.
Shingles isn't contagious.
Chicken pox is contagious as a mofo.
I said it was.
Maybe we should open the window.
Shingles itself
Open the window.
is not contagious.
These windows don't open.
It's the reactivation of a virus in your body, but it's not contagious. You're supposed to be vaxxed for it.
You should get that. At 50, I got mine.
Oh, yeah.
At 50, you get one, then you get a booster. The booster is a bitch. The booster hurts. It's the only shot I ever had where my arm hurt for a day or
I
two.
never got a shingle.
What is it?
Really?
What's the vaccination for?
Oh.
Shingles.
Oh, shingles.
Yeah, Jesus. I'd rather do the shot.
Kids nowadays don't even get chicken pox because most of them get the
Yeah, I think
vax.
like Mark said, you have an initial one.
I had chicken pox.
And then I forget the time. Then you get a booster.
What?
So the vaccine damage that goes on left and
I didn't
right?
know it lasted.
Oh, my God.
It lasted a
Crazy to
couple
get a
weeks.
vaccination of
The
any
shingles.
Oh, you're an anti-vaxxer, flat earther,
quite a while.
chemtrails.
The birds aren't real.
Birds aren't real.
lesions on your skin.
Cats are actually dogs
Kind of on my
in
back.
disguise.
And it's just,
Has he hit you up to join forces with him on a case he's got going?
Class action.
On a class action?
No.
What do you think I was asking you?
Well, you didn't tell me about it.
I have a good one.
So he slightly recruited me by asking me if I.
There's never been an attorney in studio he hasn't attempted to recruit for his class action.
Because they'll ask you.
You might be the one he finally
gets to a certain age, though.
I'm 60. Yeah, Marco said he's smart enough to do class action suits, and do I have a doozy? We're both going to make so much bank on it.
You can retire everything else you're doing.
Listen, it'll come in. I'll be dead.
It's got to do with faxes.
You know how old I am? I'll spend all my money financing the case, die penniless, and then my heirs will come.
He's going to be going those damn texts.
But you know, my heirs, they'll be billionaires. I'll die penniless.
I got some dudes
looking for a sandwich.
He'll be hanging out at Subway. Excuse me, sir. I've got to buy one, get one free coupon. If you're buying one, can I please have one?
Because I was stupid enough to finance a class action.
Yeah, fine. Case 31 says
So
you
now
have
I'm living
perfect
on
rightness. That's funny.
Have what?
You have perfect rightness.
What
Savvy says Mark is right in this case.
I'm always right.
I'm always right.
I'm sorry.
Shocking.
But have you ever seen the movie A Civil Action?
What's it about?
Oh, it's about a law firm that takes off more than they could chew and going bankrupt. And it's a true story.
Pretty good.
It's a
I
true
wonder why
story.
he's bringing that up.
You know, with John Travolta. John Travolta was
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
All right, folks, 303-713-8255. If you haven't watched us on YouTube behind the scenes, you really need to. We talk about all different kinds of things. We're going to get Brian Burns on and talk to him because that is insurance fraud. If it costs you $10,000 to fix your roof and you have a $10,000 receipt from the roofer and your insurance company overpaid you $20,000, you technically owe it. I know you think I'm crazy, but we'll get the insurance guy on. And then Dan's got a question. Guys, what is Senate Bill 271? Anybody? Does anybody know what that is? Dan, what is it?
Well, it says that if you've been convicted of a felony, you can still own a gun as long as it wasn't a Victims' Rights Act offense like murder, sex assault, stalking.
Okay, what's your question about it?
Can you still own a gun?
Well, I can't suck down the bill that quick, but help me. Okay, this says Senate Bill 271. This must be the wrong bill because this says cleanup provisions which enacted recommendations of the Colorado Commission on Criminal and Juvenile Justice. I don't think this is it.
It is it.
It is it? So what explain it, Marco. I mean, do you know?
Well, you know, it was touted as you can still own a gun. And we're gonna limit
if you're a felon?
Well, we're gonna limit the crimes. We're gonna make it more narrow to keep a gun from you. That was the way it was sold, right? So in other words, it seemed like a Second Amendment, supporting a Second Amendment.
This is like what they did to double our property taxes.
Exactly.
They said, hey, this bill's going to lower your property taxes, and people voted on it, and their property taxes were doubled. So you're saying they okey-doked us?
They okey-doked us. You got to read the footnote.
So what's the footnote? You can't own a gun?
Well, it expands the list of prior convictions that when you get a new conviction, that they can take your firearm.
That they can take it away.
So it's a double-edged sword, and I would say the second edge is the worst one.
Yeah, it always is.
You know,
it always is. This is the same state. Did Polis? I guess he didn't have to sign it, but did the bill go through with any gas-fired?
Oh yeah. That goes into effect in the summer of next year.
Well, and of course, what's going to happen? Hopefully, it gets up to the Supreme Court fast.
Well,
but there's no way that's going to be upheld. I mean, that limits stuff that's absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it is. But, you know, the good news for us freedom-loving Americans is that there are also already a number of very similar cases at the Supreme Court now.
That could change this.
That could absolutely just tank this entire body of law.
I don't trust one damn thing our legislation in Colorado does. That thing, that thing with property taxes was crazy. They gave us like a little discount one year, and then the very next year, mine doubled. It doubled. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. I don't trust a damn thing they do in this state. Not a damn thing.
Yeah, it's very disappointing.
So, Dan, what's your opinion on it? If you read it, I mean, it sounds like it's just another no, you can't have a gun. It sounds like from what you were saying, Marco, there might be some exclusion for something very, very strange or something.
Well, it narrowed the first-time offenses that would prevent you from owning a firearm.
So give me one that possibly that you wouldn't have been able to own a firearm and now you can.
I don't know.
I mean, it's not going to be anything like domestic violence or bank robbery.
Oh, no, that's...
Maybe a DUI, maybe a felony DUI.
Maybe a felony DUI.
But if you get into trouble again, the chances of them taking your gun are now much higher than they were.
Exactly, because it's almost like they can reach back.
Yeah, I got you.
And bring a new sum to the table.
Dan,
right?
Does that help your question at all?
Well, a little bit. What about if someone got caught trying to buy like 2 pounds of pot and it was a felony?
I have no idea. I mean, my God, can't you go in and buy 2 pounds of pot right now?
Say, why would someone do that?
Yeah, I mean, like literally, I mean, I guess you can only buy a certain amount, but...
I think Dan is probably talking about before pot was legalized and you have a conviction for buying 2.
Exactly.
So Dan, so I believe that person would still be prohibited regardless of whether 271...
So in criminal defense, that's interesting what you said. You've done criminal defense, Marco.
I have a full-time lawyer that works for me that does criminal, so I'm not an expert, but I'll answer your question.
Yeah, well, think about this. If buying dope if buying dope was illegal, not selling it, but buying it was illegal. And I assume 20 years ago in Colorado, if either end of the transaction you were on, you might go to jail. In Texas, I know you would have went to jail.
Well, if it's a felony.
Well, yeah, in Texas, whatever. I don't want to get out of the lane here. My point is, if you broke the law, but since then, the law completely changed where buying marijuana is not illegal.
Oh.
I mean, would that actually be a strike? Hold on, Dan. I mean, can they go back and use that under this law? That's what Dan's asking.
So the answer is, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I haven't read the bill in detail.
Yeah.
What I'm telling you is, though, that it was touted as, supporting gun owners, Second Amendment, but the people that fought it were really the Second Amendment advocates.
Yeah, I got you.
So I don't know the details of it, but what I know is it was getting sold a bill of goods, it appeared.
It sounds like
Trojan horse is what it sounds like.
Dan, I mean, you're going to have to go read it. Does this have to do with you directly? Did you actually buy 2 pounds of dope?
Allegedly.
Did what now?
Did you buy dope? You said dope. Marijuana. Did you buy some years ago or what?
2 pounds of marijuana. I know a guy that did. And he says it's okay for him to have a gun now.
Yeah, maybe he can. That's very possible. I mean, my God, this state, you can go buy marijuana all the time. I would call, in fact, I bet if you called over to Marco's guy there, right, or call Joseph A. Lazera, call a criminal defense attorney if it's a question. But I'll tell you this, if you're not sure if you should have a gun or not,
that means you shouldn't have one.
You probably shouldn't have one.
And by the way, the gentleman that Dan is referring to with a 2 pound alleged, purchase, it's not the fact that what he did back then is legal now. It's the fact that he has a felony conviction that makes him a prohibited person for the purposes of exercising his Second Amendment rights.
That's what I was asking, Marco. Is that, I don't care if it's marijuana, I don't care what the law is, but if the law is changed to where something that was illegal is now not illegal and you had a conviction of it, does that still count as a strike?
So the answer is yes, in a lot of cases. But if you want specifics, you need to invite me back soon
with the guy. Can you expunge it?
And I'll answer.
Is that something a criminal defense attorney could get expunged because now it's not illegal, but you got to pay for it and go through the hoops?
Expunged is an interesting word.
Yeah.
Okay, because maybe some employers, they run a criminal background and it doesn't show up, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not so sure that takes it off the CBI.
No, but once again, does it count as a strike? I'd love to know the answer to that.
If it's a felony conviction, it stays on your record until it's expunged.
Yeah, so you'd have to but then it goes to my question. Something like this with marijuana, and here's the deal, though. What did he say? 200 pounds?
2 pounds.
Well, I don't think you can buy 2 pounds. Actually, I think legally you can only buy an ounce or something. Scott, you would know.
But it doesn't matter, because in this very narrow case that Dan called about, it was a conviction for 2 pounds.
Yeah,
and that's a felony. Yep. And so, maybe today you can, even if you could buy 2 pounds legally today, it doesn't change the fact that this poor man was convicted of felony.
But he could I'm saying he could probably get it off his record.
Well, I have no idea. That would be, when Marco returns on Monday, it would be great to get his criminal associates' opinion on how hard it would be to expunge it and how much that would cost and what the odds are. Okay. But I can tell you there are a lot of federal cases that are working their way through the system now that will make it legal for non-violent felons to restore their Second Amendment rights.
I think that's a
without
good thing.
expungement.
I think that's
it's a wonderful
great
thing. Because there's a case at the Supreme Court right now. A guy was convicted in the 70s for food stamp fraud.
Food stamp
fraud because he understated his income on a food stamp application in the 1970s.
I get it.
And he is suing the feds to restore his Second Amendment rights. So
over
that
food
case
stamp theft
is very advanced right now, and it will have national implications.
Will the Supremes hear it this year?
I don't know. It's either they're either petitioned for cert or it's just about to be petitioned for cert.
All right, 303-713-8255. Don, you're up next.
All right. Interesting.
That was a good conversation, gentlemen.
Let's get to the part where I was right and Mark was wrong.
Well, that's insurance stuff.
Yeah.
I worked for Nationwide Insurance before I became a lawyer.
So when you open the fourth hour...
I am the state's insurance expert.
Hold on, guys. I get it.
Not criminal.
CMG Denver discount bath. That one's new. Okay.
Now, you want me to correct you off the air?
What's that?
You want me to correct you off the air, right?
No, I already know you're wrong. I'm going to have an insurance expert. I made a very specific. I made a very specific claim.
Okay. And I'm going to explain it.
Hold on.
to you. SPLANE.
Right. All right, hold on, guys. Are you out of here, Bo?
No, I'm getting water.
Oh, yeah, please. Since I'm guest hosting. CMG Mortgage, CMG Financial. Realize these guys are the bank. Listen, a lot of the commercials you hear, everybody in the mortgage business is starting to advertise heavily. Don't be fooled by all the other guys, by all the noise. These guys are the bank. Billions a month in lending. The other guys come to them, mark it up, and that's where they make their money. You want to call John Clace with CMG Mortgage. 303-882-6679. Reverse mortgages are going to save you money. Don't think people can't save you money on a reverse mortgage. They can't overcharge you because there's federal regulations, but they can definitely save you money compared to the other guys, and that's what CMG does. The all-in-one loan is absolutely incredible. It's a 30-year line of credit that they can't take away, that you can feed and take from as often as you want, and it's a first deed. And then, of course, a traditional mortgage, a 10, 15, 20, a 30-year, they're going to kick the crap out of the other guys when it comes to rates. Make sure to call CMG, even if you have paper in your hand right now. 303-882-6679. Call John. And once again, he'll save people on a reverse mortgage. He knows more about reverse mortgages than anybody I ever met. 303-882-6679 or partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com. Now, Denver Regen. I have lost so much weight on this this new drug they have out there. Everybody's heard about it. In fact, I'll run into people that I saw that are 30, 40 pounds lighter than they were 5 or 6 months ago. And you know what? A lot of people lie. I swear to God, I'll say, hey, are you taking that new drug? I am. Oh, no. I'm like, listen, I've known you for 15 years and you've never lost weight. You're on the drug. So don't let people fool you. If anybody out there loses 30 to 50 pounds in 6 months around this new weight loss drug, because it's incredible. You do not feel hungry. The food noise in your head is gone. I don't see a pizza and go, I got to have pizza. I don't think of ice cream, candy, stuff I used to think about all the time. It is an incredible drug. And right now, the people at Denver Regen, you ready for this? The people at Denver Regen, half off the first month. It's normally $300 a month, but to get you going right now, and this is only for the month of May, half off that first month so you can dive in, see how well you do on it. You're going to love these guys. DenverRegen.com. That's DenverRegen.com. And then Discount Bath. You know, Chris and the gang, these guys are incredible. They'll come out to your house. They'll give you ideas on your bathroom. They might say something like, we can turn that old tub into a low threshold, beautiful walk-in shower if you're getting older so you don't trip on it. And maybe that's all you want done. But maybe you want to get rid of that tub and make the closet bigger so your wife's happy and has a bigger closet. You can get like a California-style closet they can do. They can do anything to that bathroom. And what's remarkable is they do it at a discount price. They can even give you a ballpark over the phone. Go to their website, discountbath.com. Look at the bottom right. You click on there. You send them a little video of your current project. They're going to tell you about how much. So anything from tub to shower conversions to complete bathroom remodels. DiscountBath.com. Foot issue. What is the foot issue?
Oh, I remember this. It's an ongoing case.
I'm looking up semaglutide.
Semaglutide and trizepatide.
I'm looking for side effects because it sounds too good to be true.
Some people do have side effects. So I haven't really had any. The biggest side effects is you feel full and you're not hungry. I mean,
well,
truly, that's the side effect.
or feeling full.
So if you overeat, it can be a problem because it slows down your digestive. But you're not full. There's not a lot of side effects.
It doesn't look like it. I
Not
mean, the ones that are listed don't look, belching.
Good afternoon. Tom Martino.
Oh, wait, pancreatitis. The swelling of the pancreas. I guess that's without cancer. If it just swells and it's not cancer, it's called pancreatitis. It said may occur while you're using this medicine.
Say it again.
Pancreatitis, which is not necessarily caused by cancer. It could be swelling of the pancreas. But it says pancreatitis may occur while you're using this medicine.
Yep, it can.
But that doesn't mean it's giving you cancer.
No, it's pancreas. It's an inflammatory reaction. Yeah. That's pretty low, though. What's the percentage of that?
It doesn't say, but it's near the end.
No. So Marco, as you know, anything that ends in the suffix itis means swelling.
Yeah, right.
Right? You work with that.
I've got Marco Bendinelli-itis.
Well, what's swelling, Mark?
It's your. I think it's his appreciation.
Good one.
Oh. Okay. So I guess I just need to check me and you in. Dave and Deb said they checked in for their flight and paid for all their luggage. So I guess, because when I hit check-in, it's asking, do I want to check in all four? So I guess I just click on me and you. Oh, but you got to add our bag.
Just go ahead, add it.
Oh, I see. They did it. Okay. Did you want a checked bag too, or just mine?
What's that?
Did you want a checked bag too, or just me?
No, just one checked.
You know what? When I got to check one, I check them all. Because I'm waiting at baggage claim anyway.
Just my Marco, you're waiting around anyway.
Good point. If you don't need something from your carry-on, then why?
Yeah. I mean, I tried.
Have our word will treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255. By the way, I do want to update everybody on Tom real quick. We get a different audience all the time. Tom, the reason he's been in and out for a while on the show this year is he had pancreatic cancer, and he had surgery yesterday, and the cancer is officially out of him, and he is on, he's in the recovery stage. It's going to be a little bit before he's back constantly, but he's at the best point. He is that 3% we hear about. Think about that. 3%. 3%. The cancer didn't spread. The surgeon got every bit of it out of there, and he's going to be back to normal soon. So if anybody's been wondering why things have been a little different, if you've been listening to the show for a long time, now you get the idea. I have the entire story, though, if you want to hear it, the first segment of the show from January 3rd, where he told us, Suzanne and I, about what was going on. He was on a trip back from Hawaii all the way through the surgery yesterday. That was extremely successful. And we are so happy and we are so blessed that Tom is going to be in our lives for a long time. And I can continue to aggravate him a lot. If you listen to the show, you know what I'm saying. So if you want to hear the entire story, and it really is, it's a very scary story. When we were talking about it, it's very emotional. In fact, most of the crying Suzanne and I have done about Tom has been very, very negative, very worrisome about the entire thing, up until the call from him literally this morning. And if you want to hear about that, go to YouTube, type in Troubleshooter Network when the show's over and this show's posted. Go back and just listening to the beginning of the show. It's a heroic story. If you're religious, I mean, to us, it's a miracle. 3% of anything. It's like winning the good lottery, not the bad lottery. It's a horrible thing when you Google it. But everything's kosher, man. Everything's cool as it gets. Now, let's do this. 303-713-8255. Don, what is going on? It says you have a foot issue. You're working with Deputy Doc. Give me a little more information.
Yes, well, I went to Bunyan Cure Center in Littleton.
I think I remember this. And what did Bunyan Cure Center? Didn't they charge you quite a bit of money? What did they do?
Well, they were supposed to fix because my toes were kind of crooked.
Yeah.
And uncomfortable. And then I'm in Loveland, and I belong to Banner Health. And the Banner Health doctor told me that he was going to have, in my right foot, he was going to have to remove my second toe.
Oh, my God.
To clear up my feet, and I disagreed with that. So then I talked to Banner or Bunyan Center, and they said, oh, no, we can fix it. So they did their procedure, and it seemed like it was okay. And now,
and it was actually paid, if I recall, by insurance. Your insurance covered it, right?
Most of it.
Yeah, covered most of it, but just because of the time frame we have, if I recall, the surgery was not successful.
No, and it seemed like it was pretty good at first, but then now my right foot is worse than it was before. And your doc tried to call him, they wouldn't talk to him.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff with HIPAA. If I was a doctor, I mean, I better have a HIPAA form signed and people in front of me. It's terrifying to even think about.
But the foot guy is not a doctor.
Yeah.
He's just a foot guy.
It doesn't matter. That HIPAA still falls under that. But Don, what is your goal is to what? Why can't you go to another doctor now and try to get it fixed? Are you saying your insurance won't cover it now?
No, I'm sure. I don't know about that. But my foot is, I'll send you a picture of my foot and tell you how bad it is.
You know what? I do want to see a picture of it, but I'm trying to figure out here.
I'll send it to you.
Don, and Kelly will get that email, give you an email to send it. I do want to look at it. I might even, if you don't mind, I might even put it up on YouTube so people can see it.
My foot is way worse than it was before.
Okay, Don, but hold on. Don, please, here's where I want to try to go with this to try to get you some help. So why don't you go to a different doctor, get a diagnosis, and then get it fixed? Why not do that? Why just forget about this guy?
No, because they can't fix it. because it's worse than it was before.
So you're saying this guy caused so much damage that now you're in a worse position, and now they couldn't even fix it if they want to, even a surgeon.
Can't fix it.
Okay, hold on. And Marco, I'm going to bring this up to you. You've done medical malpractice, because I think maybe that's where he's going. I'm not quite sure where he's going, and we'll talk about that and a lot more right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Starting on the north end of town, I-25 southbound, we've got a crash blocking 2 left lanes just south of 84th Avenue. Significant stop and go back from 104th, adding about 20 minutes to your commute. Otherwise, pretty clear driving throughout town. No complaints at 25 northbound through the metro area. I-70 east and westbound, it's easy driving to DIA. And south of there,
In fact, I'm going to have you come over here all next. You're going to host next hour.
Well, I need my notes.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Hey, how can I
What are
email
these?
them to you? Or can't, I was looking at like that on-screen thing.
Hold on, man. Red Rocks. Red Rocks RS, man, these guys know solar in and out. Brooke knows how to run a company, and she does it right. Everybody involved with her works for her, whether it's the guy that fixes your old solar system that hasn't been working for a while, or the installation crew, if you buy a new system from them, or the salespeople that talk to you about it. Everybody's in-house. You're not dealing with multiple different companies like most solar companies. The other thing Brooke is magnificent in is finding grant money. Maybe it's from the state of Colorado or New Mexico. Maybe it's from the federal government. But if there's grant money that can be applied to your project, she's going to find it. She's incredible at sniffing out the money. Check her out at redrocksrs.com. That's redrocksrs.com. Now, the BAC Clinic, recoveryourhair.com is their website. Nick Turner, years ago, wanted a hair transplant. He priced it around Colorado. He priced it around other states. Listen to this. He was looking at about $29,000. These are the kind of quotes he was getting. He found a doctor, Dr. Nuri, Nuri, N-U-R-I, Dr. Nuri, and this guy is in Istanbul, Turkey. He flew out, talked to him, felt so comfortable with him, he decided to have the hair transplant done in Turkey. The whole thing, including airfare, round trip, of course, the hotel a few days before. He kind of made a vacation of it. He stayed for about 3 days, went in for the hair transplant, got it done, spent a couple more days just for that aftercare, hopped back on the plane and came back. The whole thing, $7,000, $7,000. Think of how much money you can save. It's kind of like a mini vacation, and you get a new head of hair. And their aftercare is world class. The staff is professional. And, that added bonus of fun trip to Turkey. So check them out, recoveryourhair.com. Recoveryourhair.com.
Mark, which card, we have to have a card on file in the United app for any purchases on the plane, plus the purchase of the bag. Which card do you want me to use for that? Right now,
Amex.
Earlier you had me put the Amex Hilton.
Platinum.
Platinum. Is that
They
this
give
one?
me, yeah, they give us.
Don't you have a United card?
Nah, I get all my mileage is the Venture or the other one. I almost never.
I have 1.8 million miles on Amex.
We've got Amex. We've got over 2 million.
Do you really?
Over 2 million.
That's a lot.
And then Venture X, we got 1 million. Then Hilton points, we've got like 1.4 million.
Wow.
It's all advertising money. I spend like $400,000 or $500,000 a year with iHeart, and we get like on the Amex, we get 4x points on the business card. On the Platinum, it's 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I use a Platinum card all the time. I'm robbing myself.
No, the only reason you get 4x though is for advertising. So if you're paying like,
but I got.
If you're paying iHeart and all the TV you run, if you put it on there, you'll get that 4x.
You've been missing out, man.
So I still got more miles than I can use.
Yeah, I know.
Where are you going to be
One
going?
time I had 1.5.
I've got how many?
I went to Italy.
So she's got...
I covered almost everything.
She's got like 1.2 under her Amex, and I got like 1.3 under mine. So we got like $2.5 million on Amex.
That's enough for a big vacation.
Yeah, but when?
Several times
that's
over.
True too.
I just used Hilton the other day for, listen to this, Laramie, Wyoming, 2 rooms for 2 nights. It's for our daughter's law school graduation. And the place is ridiculous. So the law school is having their graduation the same day as the 4-year college.
Daughter's is she a 3L?
She's done. She's out in 2 weeks. She takes the bar. When's the bar? July. She's working for, she took a job offer with Caplis.
Okay, he's good. There was a coup over there, though.
Yeah, we heard. He's been working. She's been working for Dan, though, for a long time. 4 years.
Dan has to come back to work. Dan trained some lawyers up.
He's got some, let me tell you, man, he's got some big-ass cases hanging.
Oh, absolutely.
That one down with the roller coaster, that kid that killed that girl is crazy.
Roller coaster? Yeah. No, he's got great cases. But what happened is he started cutting back a little bit. Didn't work 60 hours a week like me. And I'm cutting back too.
You cut back for like 9 months.
Well, I didn't work. I was like sick for 2 years. But
anyway. That's what I'm saying. You took 2 years off.
Well, but that wasn't voluntarily.
No, 2 years is 2 years.
But I came back to a mess. But anyway.
I don't want to, because we're online, I don't want to say what it is, but did you guys ever work that out?
Did I work it out?
Yeah.
Yeah, I worked everything out.
Okay.
I mean, you mean putting things back in place and straightening out all the
stuff.
Bad decisions.
Okay. Did you buy that building down there?
Not yet.
You backing out of it or no?
No, I
my phone when I'm walking the dogs. It's now easier than ever. You can now set Denver's talk station as a preset.
Awesome, doing it now.
On the free iHeartRadio app.
All right, 303-713-8255. Suzanne and I were going up to visit Marco. How long ago was that, babe?
That was Memorial Day weekend of 2024.
Yeah, so
had a blast.
Yeah, we hadn't seen him for a while, and he reached out, and he said, well, come on up to Evergreen. Let's have lunch and do whatever. So we head up there. We just start heading up the hill at I-70, up towards Evergreen. We get a call from Marco. Hey, can you give me a ride to my house, too? I'm broken down in the middle of the highway. So sure enough, he was broken down, had a flat tire. And a lot of these cars you have now don't have spares. They simply don't have it. But
that's right.
But I've got to tell you something that was baffling to me.
I know what it was.
Marco's a smart guy.
Yeah. And you said, God, Marco bought a brand new Rolls Royce and it didn't come with a spare tire.
No. Listen to this. It did have a spare tire. Actually, the funny part is it did have a 100% useless spare tire with the vehicle. Do you know what I mean? This is a little bit of trivia.
So my guess is it was out of air.
Nope. It was not out of air. It couldn't hold air. Here, I'll give you a clue. He literally had a tire in the car without a rim. He had a tire. This is the same man that had 3 jury verdicts, more than anybody in the state of Colorado ever. Multi-million-dollar verdicts in what period of time, Mr. Bendinelli? Oh, look at that look. Oh, look at that.
Look. I mean, I do. I sometimes make decisions. I grew up poor, right?
Yes.
And, we had to get $1.50 out of every dollar.
I know.
And so I picked up a nail. And I kept filling the tire for a couple days. And then I went down and I bought a new tire. And I was going to really, if you'd have not picked me up on the side of the highway,
yes,
when you got to my house, I was going to ask you to drive me down to Discount or,
and have it put on.
And get the new tire put on the rim.
So he bought a tire from one of these websites or something, like Tire Rack, right?
Yeah.
He found the tire cheaper than anywhere and had it shipped to him. And he kept the tire in the back of his car for how long? Go ahead. For how long?
I mean, it was only,
a couple months.
No. No, but see, that tire that I kept filling up.
Yes.
It was a run flat.
Yes, which when you get a flat, you've got about 50 miles to get somewhere to get it
probably
fixed.
150 on it.
Yeah.
On the
so
run
he
flat.
finally just blew the tire up on the side of the highway. And I look in the back, and I was baffled that anybody would have a spare tire that wasn't on a rim, just a tire in the back seat.
Sounds like Marco took the term spare tire too literally.
Too literally. You're supposed to have a spare rim and tire. I digress.
That's a small car.
Don, let's get back to your foot issue. I want to talk to Marco about this. Marco, when we talk about MedMal, a couple things. One, Don, if you truly wanted to go after this guy, he would have to find another professional in the foot world that would say that this guy did a horrible job on his foot and it should have never been done that way. Is that correct?
That's correct. You can't file a medical malpractice case. You file something called a certificate
It ain't
of
about
review.
the money. It ain't about the money.
What's it about,
I just
Don?
want somebody to help me. It ain't about the money.
What's it about, Don?
I spent money my whole life for
Don, what if it's not about the
I
money?
just want
What is it
somebody to
about?
help me.
Don, what is it about?
It's about my foot. And
Okay.
Bennett,
Why haven't you gone to another
my
doctor?
here in Love.
I don't know what to tell the guy. I mean, am I crazy? Don, if you want to hold on, that's fine. I mean, we've got to go to this break. I've got an attorney here that's done MedMal. If you want to talk about that and it's not about the money, that's fine. We can do whatever you want. I don't understand why you don't find another doctor or a surgeon that can fix it if it's going to be covered by insurance. That and a lot more coming up. Imagine cutting out the pickup. What does the guy want? No, they do that.
You were fading out.
Here, you're coming over here.
Mark,
I need my notes.
What notes do you need? What the hell
They don't
notes?
let me use notes around here. I have to
my
memorize everything.
I'll take a picture of them.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Oh, you mean your notes on here?
Yeah, I brought
Take a
up
picture of
Microsoft Word.
Okay.
And I've been taking some,
Send it to my, no, forget it. Just take a pic, or send it to my email and I'll pull it up on here for you.
Okay, good. How do I do that?
Hey, Steve, it's Suze with Martino. What time do you think you'll be here?
Let me see what you got. Cut and paste. Did you copy and
Yeah,
paste?
yeah.
Oh, okay, great. So it'll be by end of show because we got dogs to pick up. So,
So,
okay, cool.
you
We'll see
could
you in a
do
few.
this
Thanks.
in
Bye.
your sleep.
He told me in about
I'm
an
not
hour.
that
he did
computer
show you the
savvy.
show.
That's how I take care of all
Mark,
my
he
cases.
told you an
Right,
hour, a
I
half
know.
hour
It works
ago,
pretty
and he
good.
told me a half hour. So
Yeah, I'm the one who worked with this Don guy.
Oh, good.
I want to try to talk to him.
Did you paste all
It
right?
wasn't Doc.
No.
Is that it?
Uh-huh.
I had a bunch of sheets, but then when I close a case, I file stuff
on,
right
all right.
and put an extra. Need some help there, Mark?
You know what?
Getting a little old, aren't you?
So you got two things.
I just had a knee replacement, too.
Oh, well then I'll...
Kelly will always, let me close all this. Ah, shit. I'm going to need, what's on this?
she's going to need to log into help for the call screener for him. Letting Marco get that going.
You can do that for me, right?
Me? No, I won't be
What
here.
was the job your son's getting? You keep getting interrupted.
No, I'm saying I can't.
No, I'm saying he needs that right now.
Oh, okay. No, I can do that
Right,
now.
basically, let's say you're
looking at this screen.
you're on a website. You're looking for a pair of
I can
tennis.
probably just
say you're on the
pick them up
Nike
on mine and
website.
still-
Right.
There's not a lot there anyway, right?
Yeah,
And
so
Nike,
I mean, a guy.
I don't know, for some reason, the Nike Direct was out of stock.
Oh, you sent it probably
It'll
from.
show you, okay,
Second.
well, this
one up.
pair of Nike shoes you want
One
is
down.
available at Dick's or
Because it came from that email.
Nordstrom, whatever. And that's
So you
that
can
software
put that
that
word
kind of connects with
And you need
locations.
To help them find an avenue for the product.
Right, so the customer can, maybe Nike, it's like, we'll have it back in stock in 3 weeks, but Dick's or REI has it in stock today, so they'll tell you. And where the closest store is.
Oh,
So
that sounds interesting.
yeah, it is. It's pretty interesting stuff.
refer to it.
He's going to find out today.
Yeah, but it's been a long process.
Really?
Yeah.
Don't take it all.
And it's a competitor? He's working for a competitor. I mean,
Well, for the company he worked for like a year ago, yeah. This company's a competitor. Like he's had like 6 or 7 interviews, and they told him
The same company?
Yeah.
Oh, really? They must
month
really
ago
want
or
to make
something.
They want to make sure, don't they, Scott?
Yeah, that they said no, we're not going to hire you because you don't have enough enterprise experience.
All right, so I got word
went
up
by,
here.
and they called him back and said,
Tom, say Tom,
"Well, we'd like you to."
You can say that, but make sure you say
again.
Troubleshooter Show.
And so
Yeah.
here we are. Yesterday, the president of the company lives in Australia, so
he
the
does?
time thing kind of like they'll interview. all-
Is it owned by one person, this company?
I think so.
Oh.
But they have an office in Salt Lake City, but the person that's probably going to be his boss lives in California.
And
everyone probably does this remotely,
Right.
things like that. But it's a good opportunity.
And that works.
Pay
good.
And off the air or email us at help@troubleshooter.com. Troubleshooter.com. And then, so after you go through this stuff,
Then what? It's like falling off.
Sounds
the
like
cliff.
this is going to be a fun.
no, after going off that stuff, you're going
Little
to say, I'm Marco
stressful, Scott.
Bentinelli. I'm an attorney at law,
This-
and here's what I do. And
Worried about
these
everything
guys,
here.
this is for money.
Right,
I mean, everybody knows I'm
Worried
sitting
about
here now
Tommy.
who's listening, but I still want you to.
Don't worry about your house. I'm going to come over and play
And I'm an
pinball.
attorney.
Shouldn't I say that first?
What's that?
No.
Don't worry about your house. I'm going to come over and
Welcome
play
to the Troubleshooter Show.
Metallica pinball.
You
I'm
feel
Marco
free to. I think you got to
Bentinelli.
plug it
Explain a
in.
little bit about yourself.
Or turn it
And
on
really, I
yourself.
don't care
If you
say
can't figure it out,
first or
just call
second.
Mark. He'll tell you how
Whatever
to
comes
do it.
natural to
But you know the Metallica.
So, but you
thing.
definitely want to.
It's the old school.
No, I've never seen that.
Okay.
You've never been in
And
our
then
basement?
A little bit
No, I've never
about
been in
you.
your basement.
And then you're gonna
I didn't
say,
either.
"Have any
I
questions
just heard
going
about
on
it.
right now?"
Oh.
You know,
They got a
we
pool
can help
table,
with
too.
Maybe a bad contractor,
next time I'm there,
maybe
I'll
a
go
car
downstairs.
accident.
Yeah, I thought his
But
main
go
time
way
she came to our
outside of
house.
your normal
I thought
level.
you'd
it's
have
always
been
the-
down there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
main level
You found
one.
yourself in trouble with the cops. Not only am I an attorney, but we've got a great list of attorneys at referrallist.com to help out. I'm just drenching you.
It's too much of a natural, Mark.
Well, it's not a natural. It's
We're 2 minutes. You got to get him on there.
yeah. Get down there.
Well, he needs headphones.
I'm giving them.
Yeah.
What do I
This
do?
isn't the amateur hour.
Well, you'll hear the music, and then of course after they
You'll
say,
just hit your on button there.
Oh, okay.
"Oh, here, hold on, let me move this for you. I'm going to put this over here. See it here, and then your call screener is right here.
2 minutes.
So you're going to go to Don.
Is it called the Troubleshooter Show?
Yes. You'll want your headphones on.
Okay, good.
1 minute out.
Make sure you get your volume up. There's your on and off, just like over there. Is this yours? What is this?
The fuck is it?
Oh, that's not mine.
That's Marco's. He's
his
having
vapor
he's having snacks.
Oh, he's a vapor? You're a vapor?
I don't want to touch it.
You're taller than me.
I thought it was Demetrius.
Can I do this in here too? When I'm.
Don't let them see it.
Oh,
I don't
she's
think
right.
anybody would say anything, but I would
It's
not.
not. It's not that flavored stuff. Just a little water and
It's not
nicotine.
illegal.
You know.
About a minute out here, guys. 30 seconds or so. Here we go.
Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Tipped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
I don't know who wrote that song, but what a great song. You know, you're back listening to the Troubleshooter Show, home of the consumer advocate, where Tom Martino is the people's champion. For 45 years, Tom has been answering questions, taking complaints, and solving all of your problems. Now, this is a voice you probably haven't heard before, because I've never done this before. My name is Marco Bendinelli, and I have a law firm in town, the Bendinelli Law Firm, and we are a personal injury law firm. And however, in my role here, you don't call with personal injury questions. I mean, you can, but you call for any consumer advocate problem you are having, because that's what we do here. For 45 years, Tom has been recovering millions and millions of dollars, literally. And that came back in the form of cash, merchandise, or services. So dial now if you have a problem, 303 Martino. If you haven't got a phone, I don't know where you're living, but maybe you want to email us help@troubleshooter.com, help@troubleshooter.com. So what do we have on deck here, Mr. Mager?
That was pretty good, Marco.
I'm thoroughly impressed.
Yeah, we love,
nice.
So honestly, guys, we love having Marco in. We're trying to strengthen our bench a little bit. And what I mean by that is we're going to have John Fuller in a couple days. And generally, part of the rule of a talk show, you never tell people when someone else is going to be in. But when we have attorneys in, I feel pretty comfortable about it. I love giving people advice, and I love when Tom and I have attorneys in like Marco. Some of the stuff Marco has done that we're going to talk about is pretty amazing. But we do have open lines, first time. And I would love some calls because I need to teach Marco the phones. So 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. Any questions you have? Marco, you have a case, though, in Los Angeles.
I do.
Explain to all of us how that became. You live here in Colorado. You've practiced in Colorado for a long time. How did you end up with a case in California? And a couple questions on that. Number one, I don't even understand why. I didn't realize you could not pass the bar in California but still practice law there. So that's a secondary thing. But tell us about the case you took.
Well, first of all, you get admitted in another jurisdiction through a motion that a state attorney files. In other words, I have to get a California lawyer to file a motion.
Oh, almost like on your behalf.
Right. And it's so that I'm admitted pro hac vici.
Pro hac vici.
Yeah, it's 3 words. It's Latin. Don't ask me what they mean, but I think it means something like one case at a time. So I can get admitted in another jurisdiction one case at a time. And I've done that. You know, I practice all over the country.
But basically what you're saying, though, is someone has to vouch for you.
Well, you get local co-counsel.
I mean, you have to, though.
I don't think they pinky swear or anything.
But you have to.
Yes, you have to. You have to get a licensed attorney to file a motion. But really, it's if you've been practicing for more than 5 years and you're in good standing. You know, for example, I'm in good standing with the Colorado Bar Association, right?
Yeah.
So they'll check that. And if you're in good standing and you've got a motion for pro hac vici, there's no reason that they would deny it.
So the only thing I know about this is a movie called My Cousin Vinny.
He's not my cousin.
Yeah, and he went and practiced alongside a Herman Munster, and basically, I think it was Joe Pesci, wasn't it? Yeah. And it was a great movie, but he went from New York and was practicing somewhere else, and they kept trying to look him up on the bar, but I don't think he even passed the bar yet. But I didn't realize you had to have another counsel. So that guy will be with you, or that woman will be with you in the trial the whole time?
You know, not necessarily. So when I went out there, which was just this past weekend.
Yeah, we were talking.
Right. And I was interviewing lawyers. So it's not like I'm getting someone to do me a favor.
Yeah.
I'm interviewing them.
You need someone out there.
Well, I need to know that they know what they're doing.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That they practice like I practice. Now, if I would have just wanted a referral fee, which is not ethical in Colorado, but it is ethical in most other states.
That's interesting.
Which is, confounding, depending on what city you're in. it's ethical or it's unethical.
Yeah, I got you.
But anyway, if I wanted a referral fee, I could just refer the case and, wait for it.
But you want to litigate it.
I want to take the depositions. I want to do the discovery. I am coming after these people. They killed this kid. They murdered this young man.
Who killed the kid? Let's get to the meat of it.
The two off-duty LAPD, Los Angeles Police Department, they were two off-duty cops serving as, they were moonlighting, doing some security work for the Metro Transit Authority, the MTA. And so they're on the train down in the subway. And the decedent, the guy that they shot
and killed,
he was mentally ill. Okay, he had some problems, right? So prior to them getting into the station, he pulls the emergency stop. Okay, he has some paranoia going on.
Oh my goodness, on the train?
Yeah.
Okay.
So a tussle ensues.
Not with these, is it with these off-duty officers?
Yes.
Got it.
Tussle ensues. He runs into an area, he's trying to get away from him. So he runs into an area that's not public, right? Down the subway, like the wrong way.
Yeah, I got you.
There's probably I haven't seen the footage yet, but I'm assuming it's like a, 12 foot that the train rolls by, but, it's a platform, but, but it's not public. So he runs down there, they get him again, they pepper spray him. And he goes to the ground, I guess, when they pepper sprayed him, and he pulled out a pocket knife.
Oh boy.
And he swung it, and he caught one of the guards in the leg.
And then that's when they lit him up.
No. Then he got away again, right? Now, it was just a flesh wound. I mean, the guy didn't require an ambulance. I mean, later on, after they killed him, he walked across the street to the hospital. So, it was a pocket knife. It wasn't a bad cut. But anyway, so he runs again, and he's going upstairs. Still non-public, and there's things up there that you can open and get out on the street, right? And so originally the story was that he turns around with this pocket knife and lunged at these off-duty cops.
Got it.
And that's when they shot him. That was the story.
But the video shows different?
I don't have the video yet, but I got the coroner's report, which shows that there was two gunshot wounds. Gunshot 1, gunshot 2. Gunshot 1 hit him just above the buttocks.
Got it.
So the back. And exited his shoulder.
Wow.
So what does that mean?
Means he was shot in the back, basically.
And he was shot up.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Right? The trajectory, he had to be above them.
So what was 2?
2 was another one from a different angle, but still entered around the same area, and the trajectory was the same, so it was the other cop.
Got it.
One starts shooting, the other one, takes liberties, I guess.
So you got to see the evidence, and basically that's the next step. You got to see what's going on.
Well, we know they lied now.
Say that again?
We know they lied. It's in the coroner's report.
Yeah, it's undisputable.
Their narrative, and then his findings, right? So one document shows inconsistency.
Well, they have, because they were off duty, they probably don't, honestly. They probably don't have any kind of, not a dash cam, but a human
body cam.
Body cam.
Is there any video?
We're hoping they do. We're hoping that there's subway footage.
Yeah.
We want, obviously, any
there probably is subway footage.
Maybe, but it's in a non-public area, so we're not sure what we're going to get. What we got so far upon inquiry, without a lawsuit pending, was he lunged at us, we shot him.
Wow.
Okay? So that's where we are, and I don't want to take up too much time.
No, it's interesting as hell. Let's take a quick break.
Let's do that. We'll be right back after this.
Very, yes. Good, Mark.
I hit off. Does that mean off?
No, it's off now, though, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Fix it, Lazera. I need Lazera.
So I made a left turn as soon as you said it was time to take
Suzanne,
a break.
Yeah, you did great. Suzanne, can you put up Lazera's number?
Now, what do you want me to do?
That was great. Now you're going to come back after
I'm
the
gonna come back.
commercials are done.
And there's a call.
429-6200.
Bill Brian Burns.
Fix it 24/7. These are the guys. They got some of the best deals out there. Check it out right now. $39. Think of that AC. Think of that condenser that's been out all winter. It's got all the snow and all the nasty dirt and the buildup over the winter. They're going to come out. They're going to tear it apart. They're going to clean it like new. They're going to slap a no breakdown guarantee on it. They're going to do a great job for you for $39. Why? Well, one, it's for new customers only. Two, they do it to prove to you what a great company they are. Then if you have problems later on with your furnace or your water heater or an electrical panel or an outlet or a drain, you're going to know who to call. And that's fixmyhome.com. Get that deal signed up. Soon as it starts getting hot, that $39 special goes away. I promise. Get it done if you haven't. They're going to spend 1-2 hours cleaning it. $39. Fixmyhome.com. Fixmyhome.com. Joseph A. Lazari's a criminal defense attorney, and we've already done the shopping for you. Maybe you found out that you're in trouble. Maybe you got a DUI, maybe a domestic assault, maybe you got into a bar fight, maybe you murdered somebody, maybe you're up against any charge you can imagine. Joe has been there and he's done it. He's represented people just like you. In fact, with DUIs and some stuff, he's got flat rate pricing. He knows the DAs. I'm not kidding. He knows the people in the office. He knows the judges, and that's all that matters if you're guilty. He knows how to get you the greatest deal out there. He's going to go and he's going to get you the best deal. And if you're innocent, he knows how to get in front of a jury and he knows how to fight for you. He knows how to win that trial. Joseph A. Lazara. Please put this phone number in your phone. 303-429-6200. 303-429-6200. Excel Roofing, Jay and the gang. You notice everybody now, I haven't used Joe Lazara, but everybody else I pretty much talk about, like Fix It, like Mitch Floria at Art of Granite, and of course like Excel Roofing. I use these people. Suzanne and I literally use them. We don't trade out. We pay cash. We pay the same thing you would for a roof or an insurance claim with the roof. We've got the hail-proof roof with these guys. When we had hail damage, I paid more to get a hail-proof roof. It's synthetic. It looks like slate, and that allowed me to bump the deductible on our homeowners up to quite a bit because I don't have any issue with hail anymore. They can sell that to you. They can do a normal roof. They can actually do a Class 4 hail-resistant. Sometimes you can get that for no extra charge on a hail claim. But Excel Roofing are the people. You don't pay a cent until you're content. Never pay a roofer up front. Call Excel Roofing, excelroofing.com, the company that's going to be there years after the sale if there's a warranty issue. These knockers at the door, those guys are off to Texas or off to Oklahoma, wherever the next hailstorm is. You want a local company that's been around that you don't pay a cent until you're content. excelroofing.com.
So, Mark, we have Brian Burns holding for I don't even know
Okay,
why.
so we're going to go to Brian Burns.
And then we have a question on tires on line 1.
So when you come back, you're going to say, okay, welcome back to the show. Pete's got a question on tires. We're going to go to him in a second because one of our experts is on, Brian Burns, with, you got to start telling her to put up.
Is he a lawyer?
Compass Insurance.
No,
Hey, Cal.
He's an insurance agent.
Yeah, he's the insurance agent.
So for John Fuller and Marco,
I know.
when you put up Brian Burns, you got to put up Compass Insurance. You know, Tom and Mark know that, but these guys
It
don't.
says the insurance help
That's their
center.
website.
Yeah, that's what's going to throw everybody off. So we know who it is because we've dealt with
he's
him.
he's an agent.
Yeah.
Right?
The owner of Compass Insurance.
Yeah.
And then Brian, update. You need to update her information because that website they do not want to use. In fact,
Okay.
he emailed me yesterday.
What website do they want to use?
I'm
I can
pulling it
update
up
it
right
now.
now. I got to find it. Contacts Brian. I think it's quote Compass, but I'll look here in a minute.
Should I say that? Compass?
There you go, Kel.
You're going
Great.
to say Brian Burns.
Then I guess he doesn't want the Insurance Help Center website
Quote
used anymore.
Compass,
I'm going to update the call sheet.
QuoteCompass.com.
What is it?
QuoteCompass.com. And I'll put it on the endorsements sheet.
And then their website, that's it, QuoteCompass.com.
Correct.
So,
quote Compass.
So basically, anytime you have an expert up, we want to get them up as quick as they can, just like we try to get you up as quick as we can when we reach out to you. So we want to get Brian up, but we also want Pete to know, hey, you're next, because we don't want Pete to go, hey, they're never going to pick up. So when you come back, first of all, in the intro, you did pretty good, really good for your first time. But on the intro, it's not coming back to the show. Now you're going to be coming back to the show like you did last time. The intro is a brand new hour. It's welcome to the show. Forget that we've already been on 3 hours. That doesn't matter. It's welcome to the show. The only show of its kind. However you want to do that on Marco Bendinelli is fine, but you're not coming back to the show. The show's just starting at the beginning of the hour.
Another thing, Marco, is
poor Marco.
If you left off with a call, when you come back after break, recap the problem.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, we've had Pete on for this tire issue. We were talking about
because you could have a whole
this.
new audience. They have no idea who Pete is. Good point, babe.
Recap.
Block your sister. Just block her.
I don't know how.
Time her out. Time her out.
Oh, it's Mike Maniac.
You never privileged
I see
me
you,
with
Mike.
the ranch. You have to get Scott.
Is this 1080 a.m.?
What's that?
6:30.
Don't even do
do that because it's syndicated.
Correct. Good catch, sir. And remember, the phone number I always use is 303 Martino. But once again, at the beginning of each hour, you're starting a new show. If you go back to a call like Suzanne said, you want to recap it. And you'll hear the music.
Is it that guitar music?
Okay, what am I supposed to
It's different all the time.
Okay, because I like that last one.
What?
What am I supposed to be showing Steve again?
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHAL, an iHeart radio station.
Back at you, the Troubleshooter Show, the Tom Martino Show, and this is Marco Bendinelli. I am privileged to be filling in for Tom and Mark. And
even though I'm right here.
Even though Mark is here, he told me to say I was filling in for both of them.
You're getting used to it.
I didn't quite understand why, but I just did what I was told. Okay?
Hey, it looks like we got Brian Burns up.
We do, and you know what? Pete's on the line too. Pete, can you just hold on? You got a question about a tire issue on a Tesla, and we will get to you. But right now we've got an expert, an insurance expert, Brian Burns. What we were talking about earlier is when you get a quote for your roof and it's $25,000, if you can get it done for 10, Mr. Major says you're not allowed to do that. You can't keep the extra money.
So, Brian, is he up? Did you hit the button?
Well, no. How do I do
I'm
that?
Here. Hey, Brian, so
Okay,
here was the premise of the conversation we had last hour. If Excel Roofing comes out and tells me or tells my insurance company it's a $25,000 roof, and they start doing it, and it only turns out to be $15,000, but I got a $25,000 check from my insurance company, can I just keep the money? Is that a fair enough way to state it, gentlemen?
Yeah, I would say yes.
I would tell you that's not usually how it works. Almost 99% of the time, I would say that's not how it works. They're going to give you a check for actual cash value. And so they're going to give you a much lesser check than the $25,000. They're going to give you depreciated value. And then once you get the roof replaced, you send them the receipt.
And the receipt from Excel would show $15,000.
And then that's all you're getting. You're going to get made whole up to that 15 minus your deductible, of course. So it's not really something that happens very often.
I guess to clarify the actual question would be this. If you have an insurance claim and they pay you X amount of money, I don't care what X is, we'll use $25,000, and you have all the repairs done for less. When you turn in all those receipts, now, granted, you could go ahead and do phony receipts and stuff, but that's insurance fraud. The insurance company only owes you how much it costs to fix the problem. That's basically what I'm saying.
Yes. Now, but I'm going to tell you there are plenty of instances that I've seen, especially in the olden days when they used to pay replacement cost, where they would pay the full amount, people would get it done for less, and they would not give it back. There's nothing in the policy that states you have to. It's not insurance fraud, in other words.
Got it.
But if you were to call the company and say, hey, I got an extra $5,000.
Or if you were to send in bogus, of course, bogus receipts.
But Mark, under this scenario, there are no receipts to send in. So the scenario that caused the friendly disagreement between you and me was, is it insurance fraud to get paid $25,000 for, say, water damage, for example, and you get the check, you cash it, and then sometime later you get all the repairs done for $10,000.
Yeah.
First of all, you don't have to send in any receipts now because the matter has been settled with your insurance company. Right. And I said, hey, the rest is your profit that you're entitled to. And you said, that sounds like insurance fraud. So, Brian, which one of us is right?
Well, no, but he clarified to both of us it simply doesn't happen that way. What happens is you get the actual cash value, which could be $5,000 out of a $20,000 claim. Then you have to send in the receipts. And if you don't phony up the receipts, you're only going to get whatever the receipts add up to.
If that's how the claim was handled by an insurance adjuster.
But that's how they're all handled.
Well, not all. So, for example, I can give you a real-life example that happened only 9 months ago. A very good friend of mine who lives just a couple of blocks from here had water damage. An AC system broke down. She had $32,000 in damages. The insurance company actually sent her the check. They didn't even make it payable to her and the mortgage company. They just sent her the check. She had the repairs done for approximately $15,000. Very high quality repairs. And she pocketed the profit.
Why in a case like that would that go down like that, Brian?
Well, I mean, I don't know why they would be so drastically different from what they estimate the damage to be versus what she actually had done. But I will answer your question. It's not insurance fraud.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I can tell you why the check was so huge. It's kind of an interesting side story to this. She initially signed a contract with a remodeling restoration contractor who fought the insurance company. They basically conducted claims adjusting service on her behalf. They inflated this claim because they expected to pocket the entire check.
Well, that's what Matt does.
But then it turned out, but Matt is an insurance adjuster. This was a contractor, right? So they inflated this claim way beyond what it's actually going to cost. But then, after she asked me to help with some research into this contractor, I found they don't even have a contractor's license in this jurisdiction.
Well, what he just described, though, Brian, that is insurance fraud.
No, I'm going to bring some clarity to this.
Go ahead,
okay.
Marco.
So, first of all, the insurance policy requires the insurance company, if it's an ACV policy, actual cash value, that's replacement cost minus depreciation.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can buy a replacement cost coverage for your roof.
Sure.
However, when you sustain that damage, and that $32,000 wasn't necessarily inflated because they have books.
Right. It wasn't inflated. I just meant they went through so much detail.
That was the retail value of the repairs.
Yeah.
And you bought insurance for the retail value of the repairs.
Which generally in homeowners, that's what you have unless you have an ACV.
Let's say you have a $50,000 car.
Yeah.
And you don't have a loan on it.
Yeah.
You don't have to cover the car.
No, of course not.
So you run that thing into a telephone pole and you do $8,000 worth of damage. They got to give you that $8,000 because you bought the insurance to cover the repairs. Now, there's no loan on that car. You could put $8,000 in your pocket and drive it forever with that wrecked front fender.
Sure.
Right?
No,
Same concept.
Another claim on that. You're not getting another claim and getting paid for it is the point.
Yeah, that's right. In other words,
you can't claim, you can't create a duplicate claim for the same damage.
No. What he's saying is you take, hail damage is where it happens mostly. There's hail damage. You get a check from your insurance company. You never fix it because you're like, I'm going to just put it in the bank. And then a year later, there's another hailstorm and you might get a little more damage on the vehicle, but you sure can't tell your insurance company you never fixed it the first time.
Absolutely. In fact, if you're with the same carrier, they'll pull that prior quote right back up.
They're going to know.
And they got a circle on the photographs, the areas that are damaged on the roof. So they'll know.
So, Brian, what we've actually learned here is two things. One, Marco and Mark were correct, and Deputy Dimitri was incorrect. I mean, that's how I read this.
I'm a guest, so I'm silent. Radio silence here.
All right. Hey, Brian, I do appreciate you coming on, man.
You got it. Talk to you guys later.
See you, man. And that's, listen, Brian Burns, Compass Insurance. I don't care if it's a commercial policy like Garage Keepers like I used to have, workman's comp, anything. I mean, even a professional coverage for a doctor, I think that's a little different. But in general, these guys sell every bit of insurance you can imagine. They shop everything for Suzanne and I every single year to make sure we have the best coverage, and we've used them for 10 or 15 years. Now, Marco, we've got a minute. Let's go ahead and go to Pete.
Do we have time to go to Pete?
Yeah, we got time real quick. Go ahead.
Okay, Pete, you have to be brief, but tell us what's going on.
Hey, real quick, time to replace the tires on the 2022 Tesla Model Y. Mark, you're a Tesla and a tire guy. Do you recommend just putting the Goodyear, replacing them with the same tire?
How many miles did you get off the original tires?
About 33,000. Here's the deal. I got a slow leak in the back and the ball down to number 1 on the little thing, and then in the front, there's 4. So I figured the best thing to do is just replace all 4 of them.
That's the best thing to do. I mean, during the summer, you might get a little mileage out of the ones that have 430 seconds, but it's an interesting thing. And I'm shocked you got that many miles. I did too on my Model S. I literally got 32 or 33,000 miles. And because I got so many miles, I didn't play around. I had Discount Tire actually order the exact same tires. They took about 3 weeks to come in, which sucked. But I wasn't in your position where I had to replace one. I just knew we were getting down to about 230 seconds. So I would buy the exact same ones on that vehicle if you literally got 33,000. I would not mess around because that's incredible on is it all-wheel?
Yes.
Yeah, that's incredible on a two-little motor Tesla. That's incredible, man. 33,000 is great, dude.
You know, they gave me a price of like $1,200 at this local place down the street, so I just wanted to ask you.
Yeah, do that. I'd hold them to task and call Discount and see how much they are. I mean, why not? Unless you really want to do, if you've been going there forever and you think it's a great price, that's fine. But I would check, and the reason is they might match for you whatever Discount says or vice versa.
Okay, that's what I'll do, Mark. Thanks, man.
You got it, brother. 303-78255. Marco, take her away.
So, where are we going now? Well, let me tell you where we're going. We got a couple lines open, and we got a little bit of time. So, have you been taken advantage of? Do you need help? Have you been ripped off?
Legal advice.
Do you need legal advice? We've been answering questions, taking complaints, and specialize in solving problems. You give us a call at 303-MARTINO. Okay, Mark, what do you have?
That's it. Let's take a break. We'll be back in a sec.
Great.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino.
I'm like, okay, what do we got? I'm kind of thinking out loud.
Well, on Monday, I'll have 6 pages of questions for you.
Okay, good.
I guarantee you we'll run out of time long before we run out of questions.
Okay.
I guarantee it. He is very good at coming up with good questions.
That's like deposition. I do that before a deposition. I write all the questions down.
I think you're supposed to, aren't you?
Yeah, well, when I was brand new, a baby lawyer, I used to write out every question.
Mm-hmm.
Now I kind of do an outline.
Yeah.
Because I know, I got more experience now.
And then you can take little side streets depending on the answer.
Right. Okay, hold on, guys.
Do I say anything when we come back?
Some of the best advice you're going to take away today when it comes to at least the commercials on this is go directly to the lender. Don't use a middleman. CMG Mortgage Company is who you want to use. I don't care if you've been shopping with some other mortgage broker. Most of them are exactly that. They're a broker. They take your information. They shop your credit score. They get the best rate they can get on your behalf. Then they mark it up and they take the spread. That's how the business works. When you deal directly with the bank, there is no middleman. And when it comes to reverse mortgages, CMG is the king. These guys know everything about it, and they can save you a lot of money, and they can be honest with you. They're going to tell you if it's right for you or not. The other thing they have is the all-in-one loan. Let's say you have $1 million house and you only owe $800,000 on it. You would have a line of credit for roughly $650,000 that you can access anytime you want for a 30-year period. It's not like a traditional HELOC or a second where they can call that loan in 5 or 10 years. You have a line of credit on 80% of that house for 30 years, and you can use it for whatever you want, no questions asked. Give John Clace a call, talk about all these products, and of course, any traditional mortgage are going to beat the pants off anybody. 303-882-6679. Do not be fooled by all the brokers out there. 303-882-6679, or check out John and CMG Mortgage at partnerinlending.com. Red Rocks Roof and Solar, how I love thee. Brooke knows how to find that grant money. If you have a commercial project like a lot of our listeners, maybe you own a duplex or a quadplex, you can actually put up a solar system. She might be able to get it funded to the tune of 110, 120%, meaning you literally made money on the system, plus you have the system. You're generating electricity that you can sell to your tenants. It is a win, 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 win. Check out redrocksrs.com. They can also fix an old solar system. Maybe the company that installed it on your house went out of business. They can do something that's 100% off grid. They can install a generator as a backup. They can install a battery backup to your existing system. They can do whatever you need done when it comes to solar. Call Brooke and the gang at redrocksrs.com. That's redrocksrs.com. Okay. Now you're going to come back like normal?
I hear the music.
Well, you got a ways to go. You'll hear it.
Okay, 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Or does it say it anywhere?
Here's what I would do. Here's literally what I would do. See this
Stacy's
volume?
here.
Look at this volume.
Very close. The movies are 20 years old.
Oh, I just turn this down. Like if I want to hear you, I just turn that down.
Yeah, that's fine, but you can keep that here. And now you're listening to the monitor of what's on here. And you can keep this right here. I don't do it for my own reason. Most people that sit in here and do a show have this monitor on the whole show.
The first Harry Potter book was...
I don't need it.
Well, the reason you might need it, and the reason you should have it on, is because at times like this right now, you guys might be talking on break, and your headphones aren't on, and you don't realize we're back to the show. So, whoops. If this is on, you can hear it. When he starts triggering the music to come back, you'll hear the music.
Down, turn my headset up.
No, well, you should keep your headset wherever
yeah.
Well, hold on, one more thing. I want to show you something.
I just want to listen.
Be quiet. Watch when I hit on. Listen to the monitor. That's why you can keep it on all the time, because when you go on air, it kills the monitor. So this can be on, it won't affect the show at all.
Okay, good. Because I was wondering how you...
It literally is called a monitor for that reasoning. You're monitoring where we're at in the
Why don't you use it?
I'm just used to my headphones because of my home studio. I don't have a monitor.
I see.
But actually, I just put a monitor in, and I am using it.
Wow. Right, and go, Dragon, how much time do I have?
Yeah, how much time do I have?
Yeah, then you can always ask, if you want to talk to Dragon, or whoever's running the show.
Who's Dragon?
Let me show you something. He's our board operator.
I can't even see those people. It's all like glared out.
Look at this where it says control room.
Okay.
If you hold this down, don't ever hit on. Just hold this down, and now go ahead and talk. Say something to Dragon.
Hey, Dragon, test 1, 2, 3.
Can you come over the monitor? Ask him a question. Can you come over the monitor? There he is. Do it again.
Yep.
Oh, he shut that off.
Or you can hear him.
Yeah.
But
That's
this talks
cool.
to him in there.
Okay.
That talks to him.
That's good to know. Because I may have questions.
And during the show, and I don't expect you to pick all this stuff up, but if you're like question on transport of the vehicle, and we had an expert on transporting the vehicle, while you're talking to them and the caller's
say,
talking,
get this guy
you can go, hey, get on our expert transportation person, Kelly. And Kelly will hear that, get him on, and you never missed a beat.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
There you go.
And then the other thing, so the second hour, you always announce it's the second hour. When you come back to the show, you say, this is Marco Bendinelli, and welcome to the second hour of the show. But then you have to stand up. This part sounds crazy, but it's part of our contract with iHeart. You have to hold one foot up while you talk.
You know what? Listen,
for an hour.
Listen, I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. Oh, my goodness. So you never say the second hour, third hour.
No.
Mark, you got house spots.
I'm going to let you come back, and then I got to do, what do I have left?
Mackenzie, Renew, and One Clear.
Let me do, I'm going to have you come back.
Roof credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
We are back live from the beautiful iHeart studio. I am honored and privileged to be filling in for the professionals because I don't consider myself a professional, but I'll talk to you anyway. You are listening to the Troubleshooter Show, home of the longest running syndicated radio station in the country.
With the same host.
Same host. Tom Martino was there from day one.
45 years. Can you believe it?
45 years. The consumer advocate.
Yep.
The people's champion, really. If you've been ripped off, taken advantage of, you know who to call. The Troubleshooter Show.
And by the way, Marco, that number 303 Martino, even when we're not here, it goes to our voicemail. You can leave it. We'll either call you back right away, or we'll have Kelly or one of the deputies call you back as soon as we can, and we'll try to help you out. And you were talking.
I did not know that.
How long have you been practicing law in Colorado?
27.
27 years. I want to tell you
in Colorado.
I'm going to tell you about Dan McKenzie, and I'm doing this for a reason. When you're filling in for us, Dan McKenzie does wills, trusts, power of attorneys, medical directives, beneficiary deeds, payable on death bank accounts. He's an estate planner. And the biggest thing he does, if you get a call that has to do with any of these things, the asset protection. A lot of people don't realize a good estate planner is an asset protection. That's what they do. They don't want you to have, or their kin to have, big tax burdens when you pass on, and your kids, they can walk you through everything. That's a big deal. So, and you can reach Dan McKenzie at 720-821-7604. And Kelly will tell you that too. But 720-821-7604. It looks like we got a call up as well.
Well, we got Stacy up who wants to ask a question about interstate transport of a vehicle. Now, her question could be under a big umbrella. I mean, what does that mean? Question regarding interstate transport of vehicle. That could have to do with state laws, state lines, requirements on towing. We'll get to her in a minute because we're going to cut to Marc Mager.
Why?
I thought you wanted me to hand it back to you.
No. You're good. Go right to Stacy.
Okay, good. Well, then let's go to Stacy. And we do have some open lines. You can call us at 303 Martino. But go ahead, Stacy. Tell us about your interstate transportation question.
Hi, Marco. Thanks for taking my call. I'm just looking for recommendations of carriers who move vehicles interstate.
Well,
that would be JFR Cars for sure.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff, it's just years of doing it. So, Stacy, JFR Cars, they're on our referral list at referrallist.com. But here's why I like what Rod does. He has access to this. It's basically a subscription he pays for. They ship cars all over the country. They have cars shipped to him all over the country. So he's going to put in the exact town that this car is and what date you need it. And these people come back with bids, and he's going to pick the best one. But they're always insured. And there's never a problem with them. And if there is, the insurance will kick in. But the bottom line is he's going to get you the best deal because he has a subscription to this service. Does that make sense?
It does, for sure. And, we've reached out to several multi-state carriers, and, it's a big and hard to feel confident in. So
no, in fact, there's a lot of ripoffs in that. Anybody out of Florida just don't even mess around with in general. But go to JFR. Do we have their, it's 303. Here, I got the number right here. 303-520-6839. And like I said, the reason I put so much trust into Rod and the gang over there is they literally ship cars every day of the week to and from wherever their clients are. So they just know it in and out. 303-520-6839. Is that it, Stacy?
Perfect. That's what I needed. Thank you so much, Mark. I appreciate it.
You got it.
I want to thank you for reminding me about the Tom Martino referral list.
Yeah, it's big,
Listen,
man.
Those people, those contractors, those lawyers, whatever you're looking for, they are already vetted.
They're scrutinized.
They would not be supporting.
Hell, we let you on there.
That's right. They would not be supporting a troubleshooter show.
No.
If they had troubleshooter problems.
That's very
true. If they were having difficulty, providing consumer merchandise or services, they wouldn't be advertising on the Tom Martino Show.
Or they wouldn't be very smart. Let's take a quick break.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Very good, Marco.
For the first show, it's incredible, actually.
Even the caller said, "Hey, Marco."
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, that's a surprise because they usually say hi, Tom, when Mark is hosting.
Yeah.
Good job.
Well,
so where did you practice law before Colorado?
Virginia.
Oh, interesting.
Which one, West Virginia or just Virginia?
Virginia.
Got it.
The actual Virginia.
You seem kind of West Virginia
well,
to me.
Listen, there was a bar exam question. If two people got married in West Virginia, they moved to Arizona, stayed there for 5 years.
Are they still brother and sister?
Are they still cousins?
That's good.
So after they get divorced. So after they get divorced.
All right, my friends, let me tell you about one of my favorite companies, and it's actually a person. His name is John Fuller. He's a personal injury attorney, and I'm going to tell you something about John. I've used him twice. My God, Suzanne and I were coming back from Sam's Club years ago. This lady runs a red light, yelling at her kids in the back seat, T-bones us. Airbags, every single airbag in the car went off. Suzanne had some neck problems. She had a broken nose. It was horrible. Once all is said and done, we got back to the house after the emergency room. Called John Fuller. John got us 100% of what that insurance policy had. I think that one was 50 grand, maybe 100. I don't remember. And he walked us through the entire case. He was like he was like a quarterback or a coach. He did such a great job for us. Then when our daughter got rear-ended on I-25 a few years later, sure enough, we called up John, same thing. He got the maximum results for us. If you need a personal injury attorney, call John Fuller. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. There we go. You're just going to have to live with shit. You just got to live with other sponsors. You understand?
Well, yeah, I won't say anything other than who I am.
Yeah, exactly.
And what you do.
And what we do.
Yeah, you should really, too, when you talk about...
And we are part of Tom Martino referrals.
Oh, yeah, of course you are. And remember to talk about not just car wrecks, where I think you guys should be able to generate some good stuff Monday.
I have all kinds of bullshit for you.
Yeah, he's got some cases that are just ridiculous, man. We've got a case of one, I saw the picture the other day, that kid that fell down the stairs in the apartment complex. And
I got that from this show.
I know, knocked himself silly. I mean, the kid it was horrible, man. Just
got a brain injury.
Yeah, he had for a while
we just had a neuropsychologist a pediatric neuropsychologist.
On him?
Yep.
Wow.
I forget his name. Gomez?
His realm is vast.
That's why I have a list of, do I have a case?
I like that.
Oh, that's good. I'll ask people. Do you have a case?
No, that's the questions I have for you.
No, but that's
Put that on the air.
No, but really, what you just said is good.
Yeah.
Have you ever wondered if this was a case, maybe a slip and fall, or something happened at Walmart? Ask me, do I have
or
a
the
case?
lawnmower cut off your little toe?
Yep.
At Walmart. He's,
Products liability.
He's a shareholder.
Or the chain, stay away from Walmart. Yeah.
Target and Costco.
Unfortunately, I own some Target too.
Yeah, let's go with Costco.
Yeah, that'd be good, Marco.
Incredible Universe.
Yes.
I got
Did
zapped.
you buy a VCR at Incredible Universe 25 years ago?
A Sony.
You see how you can hear this while we're all BSing?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you'll notice, oh shit, that's the music.
And so, when I do do I have a case questions?
Okay.
Please invite the audience to call in with their own do I have a case.
And Eric, we might run out of time here, so let me grab your number. I might have to call you back tomorrow morning. What is the best number to reach you at?
Hey, Mark.
So how do I know how many are coming?
I will text you. You mean how many
Like
people?
how many more commercials? Or is it?
You
Is
can
it on
ask
here?
the Dragon how many minutes you got left.
Oh, I just Dragon. I'm making more commercials.
That problem with Rock?
How many more
I'll
minutes?
text you what he just texted me.
How many minutes would make more
minutes.
sense to you? Because that way you'll know if you have
in your
time to go to the
text.
bathroom,
From
for
me.
example.
Issues, Susan. That's Susan.
It's one guy. And I'm getting...
And I'll get you coffee and water and stuff like
You always
that.
listen for the music,
I always listen to
so
music.
you can't.
But if you're like wondering if you have time to go to the bathroom or go get another slice of pizza or something, then you can ask Dragon how many
All I
minutes you
put
have
back
left.
was I spoke to Rock this morning and was told you guys were on the same page moving forward.
Yeah.
What do you want me to respond?
Nothing. You know what? I don't know what to respond at this point to him. Tell him to sue Rock. Tell him to sue him. I mean, what do you want me to say? Rock's got a completely different story at this point.
Is that why? Wait a minute. You never say Denver, do you?
No, why?
But all the sponsors are local.
Most of
Colorado.
them. Most. We've got an attorney in Florida that's been on forever. But yeah, most.
So during the commercial, iHeartRadio could be playing a different commercial in another market.
Yeah.
I didn't know either.
Oh my God, yes. Yeah. But we're not on everything we're on has different commercials. So if you listen to us through Alexa, you get different commercials. If you listen to us on KRDO radio in the Springs, different commercials. If you listen to us on YouTube, you get whatever is in Denver, basically. But everything's different. On the iHeart
Is that
app.
why you never say
When we're live on the iHeart app, it's different commercials.
Yeah, I can't go
So I can
number two
say iHeart
anymore.
Studios. I already said it.
Yeah, iHeart's fine. You can say iHeart. But I prefer you never say iHeart. But I don't want you to.
Okay.
Because when we're on KRDO, iHeart's a competitor. There's no reason to bring it up.
Oh.
It's not
Now, and this is the little things. In the third and fourth hour, it doesn't matter. I do say iHeart. I talk about the iHeart app. But in the first 2 hours when we're networked,
T. May is bringing his night shift tour to Denver in the Springs. He drops in as well, commencing at 2 on 630 KHOW.
Back at you, Tom Martino Show. If you have a question, 303 Martino. Do you have a question? We got a line open or two. We still have John holding. John, if you could hold on for just another moment, I want to talk about what Mark told us about this morning about Tom Martino and that he had pancreatic cancer.
It's horrible, but I want everybody to know he's cancer-free now. He is at 3%, which is absolutely incredible.
It is incredible.
And I'm doing this just because we're pressed for time, but here's what I want people to do. If you go back and listen to the first segment of the show, whether it's on our YouTube channel, then you can actually see Suzanne and I talk about it. But we actually give the whole story. It all came up on January 3rd, and it's been quite the battle. And finally, I can officially say, after a successful surgery yesterday, Tom is recouping very well, and the surgeon said he is cancer free, which when it comes to the type of cancer you have, the pancreatic, I mean, a lot of people can never say that because they catch it so late. You're already in stage 2, 3, or 4. A lot of people in 4. He got very lucky, and I explained what happened to him at the beginning of the show. So please go back and listen to it, or go to our YouTube channel. Go to youtube.com, type in Troubleshooter Network. But I do want you to go to John real quick and ask him what his question is, Marco.
All right. Well, I just want to let you know that we're sending out, if you would join me sending out good thoughts, prayers, and wishes to Tom as he recovers.
Absolutely.
We're so glad that he is.
Yes, and we've all been looking forward for him to get, I knew he'd get to this point, but it is such a weight off his back, our back, everything, when you finally do have a surgeon saying you're cancer-free. Can you imagine?
Incredible.
All right, John, what is your question?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I know we are pressed for time. We are about to run out. But,
hey, John, we can get you back on first thing in the morning as well, but what is your question?
Okay. Well, I have a rental in Fort Collins, a house. I'm renting a house. And I gave the tenants notice last December that I will have to increase the rent in June of this year. And in February, I received statements from the county and my insurance company of rate increases. So I send a tenant.
Hey, John, I get where you're coming from. Let me ask you something. When's the last time you raised the rent on them? You can only, I'm just going to go ahead and put them on hold. You can only raise the rent one time in a 12-month period in the state of Colorado. There's a lot of laws that have changed. We're going to help you out in the morning. Kelly, get all the information, and we'll get one of our attorneys on from referralist.com. My name's Marc Mager. Marco Bendinelli's been with us. See you tomorrow.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Imagine cutting out the middleman when getting a new home loan. Whether it's a traditional mortgage, a reverse mortgage, a HELOC, or a refinance, CMG Financial is the leader. They're the bank. They can beat almost any rate out there. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. If you're looking for a home loan, you need to call CMG Financial. They're going to save you a ton of money. Don't let the other guys fool you. Go to partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com.
Regen Revolution has helped me so much in terms of getting mobile and active again. And now they'll be helping me and you at their new location near Old Town in Arvada. It's an expanded facility, so an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Regen Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and more traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
This is the story of a very special woman. Just a few knew about her superpowers. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
From ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. President Trump is traveling to Michigan today, holding a rally marking his 100 days in office. Before leaving, the president signaled he plans to sign executive orders to help ease tariffs on U.S. automakers who rely on overseas parts, he says.
If they can't get parts, we didn't want to penalize them. And they have a 1-year period and then they have an extra year, but it's for a very, very small part of the car. Basically, they're paying 25%.
The Iraqi Supreme Judiciary today announced it's arrested an individual, quote, belonging to the terrorist entity ISIS and accused of inciting the car ramming attack in New Orleans on New Year's Day. The FBI says former U.S. soldier Shams al-Din-Jabbar embraced ISIS ideology, which led him to drive his vehicle through a crowd, killing 14 people. Apple juice company Martinelli is recalling 100 cases of its 10-ounce apple juice jars. The recall stretches across 28 states. This is ABC News. In Northern California, an engineer appeared in court today and admitted to the bombing of Pacific Gas and Electric transformers that began several years ago.
38-year-old Peter Karasev could get over 10 years in prison when he's sentenced in August on Tuesday, admitting in court he willfully bombed PG&E transformers twice in 2022 and 2023, and that the attacks were premeditated and deliberate. His first bombing caused a power outage to about 1,400 electric customers for almost 16 hours. Police said in his home they found over 300 pounds of explosive precursor materials along with remote detonation devices and other explosive-making equipment. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Residents across more than a dozen states, from Texas and Oklahoma all the way to Minnesota, on alert today as another round of volatile storms moves through. Possible hail and tornadoes in the mix, just like yesterday with the reports of tornadoes in Minnesota. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
FEMA will not be reimbursing Denver for costs associated with sheltering migrants. The Department of Homeland Security and FEMA sent a letter to the city earlier this month saying $24 million in previously awarded grants will not be paid. The city had applied for the grants to pay expenses related to sheltering more than 40,000 migrants between 2022 and last year. City officials say the decision will have little immediate impact on the budget because the grant payments weren't expected for several years. A Douglas County jury has found a man guilty of first-degree murder for a drunk driving crash that killed a U.S. Air Force lieutenant colonel. Paul Stevenson admitted he drank beer and a pint of Fireball just before crashing into the gas pumps at a 7-Eleven in Castle Rock. District Attorney George Brockler.
You drink, you get behind the wheel, and you kill someone in this jurisdiction, and we're going to try to take away your freedom.
38-year-old Matthew Anderson was gassing up at one of the pumps with his children inside the car when he was killed. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
Lots going on throughout the Denver metro as we hit that 2 o'clock hour. We'll start on the north end of town. I-25 northbound at 84th. A new accident in the right lane has stop and go back from Highway 36 and I-270. At the moment, 2 or 3 minutes to your commute. East of there, we've got a crash report at 225 southbound at Mississippi Avenue. This one's seen significant stop and go back from Colfax. On the south end of town, a crash Hampton northbound approaching C470. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office. It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your